I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here.
I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home.
Where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you. We see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard.
We feel valued. We feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence.
I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Hello, Lee Summit. I'm Laura, and here's your flash briefing for the week of December 8th. City Council will meet for regular session Tuesday night at 6 in council chambers in City Hall. Meetings are open to the public or watched live on the city's YouTube channel. If you can't watch, catch the recorded meeting on demand on the YouTube channel or by subscribing to the Council Debrief newsletter, which breaks down 3 to 4 key agenda items. Subscribe at cityofls.net. Considering to run for office in the April 7th, 2026 municipal election, the filing period for declarations of candidacy will open December 9th at 8 a.m. and close December 30th at 5 p.m. Filing will take place at City Hall with the City Clerk. More information about open seats and candidate requirements can be found on the city's website. A reminder to Jackson County taxpayers, Lee Summit City Hall is no longer able to process tax payments, print receipts, or create waivers. Taxpayers are advised to visit a Jackson County location or pay online at jacksongov.org. And Lee Summit Parks and Recreation's annual Skate with Santa is back December 13th and 20th from 6 to 8 p.m. at Summit Ice. Bring the whole family and skate the night away under twinkling lights, then sip on hot chocolate afterwards. Learn more at lsparks.net. Thanks for listening and have a great week.
The City of Lee Summit has hundreds of traffic lights across its more than 1,000 lane miles, all managed by the city's Public Works traffic technicians. The work happens inside those metal boxes on the side of each intersection. Inside, technicians program a device called the controller. The controller communicates directly with each signal head via underground wires, telling each light when to turn on and off based on a programmed cycle. City traffic engineers design this cycle to allow traffic to flow as efficiently as possible for that particular intersection. In order to best match current traffic patterns, they install something called a detection system. Detection systems have taken many forms over the years, from sensors in the pavement to radar boxes. But in Lee Summit, they primarily consist of cameras, which workers mount above the traffic signals. These cameras don't record video or your speed. Instead, they monitor the spaces at the front of the intersection and identify when a vehicle is present in a specific spot. Once a vehicle is identified, the detection system sends a message to the controller, which then adapts its standard cycle to best serve the cars that are present. The pedestrian button works in a similar way. When the button is pressed, the controller receives a signal, requesting that it allow that section of the pedestrian walkway to go, which it then inserts into the signal pattern. Technicians also install something called a conflict monitor. The conflict monitor is a device in which they program all the potential patterns of lights that would lead to a collision. If the other systems mistakenly trigger those patterns, the conflict monitor sends the intersection into flash, causing all lights to flash red and directing drivers to treat it like an all-way stop. City traffic technicians implement and maintain these systems so effectively, we rarely consider them. But every time we safely pass through a signal-controlled intersection, it's all thanks to their work. So the next time you're waiting at a red light, remember the delicate coordination of super smart systems that move you through that space safely and efficiently every day.
Welcome to the Lee Summit Sign Department. We are going to walk you through our process from start to finish. We make signs as needed here. It's not like we just go out into the field and place the speed limit sign here, no parking here. Our traffic engineers, they go through and they'll do field studies. They'll send us down an engineering work order for us to go out, place new signs or remove signs as needed. Coming from the material, our blanks come in and they're just aluminum blanks. We can put our white, our red, our fluorescent yellow, green, whatever. And basically what it looks like is just that there. throw it up into the roller. And once we got it covered, take it to our work table here, and Tim will cut the corners, cut all the access off to where it's lined up right. As far as the plotter and the software that we use, there's a street name sign there, and he's gonna go ahead and print that out on the plotter so you can see the plotter and how it operates and runs. There's standards for the height, even just on letters on the sign blank. Basically what we have on the computer there is it's pretty much set up to those. And it goes through, it's got a very small but sharp needle that goes through and cuts everything out letter by letter. Once that's done cutting, our next stage would be bringing it over here. Currently picking out the sign letters right now. We call it weeding or picking or however you want to call it. Next, putting it on the transfer tape. Then after it's taped, we bring it over to the roller. That's where we apply it to the actual sign blank. And we'll roll it through one time just to get the air bubbles out. And the last stage is basically just taking the transfer tape off the front of it. And there's a finished product of the street name sign. We'll take you out to the field and show you our process that we go through. We're gonna go out and follow our sign guys, get something installed for you. This is where we check our underground utilities. Tim, you got AT&T?
AT&T's back here.
Evergy, Google, so we should be good to go. We normally put all of our stuff together out in the field. Then once the base is installed, we'll go ahead and put the post in there. These come up too. Perfect. And that's how we do it. Simple. Quick.
Officers en route, 914, armed robbery.
My parents built their first brand new home in 1987 here in Lee Summit. It's pretty amazing to see what Lee Summit looked like in 1987 as a teenager. So vibrant, it was just growing, and there were a multitude of new things coming online. I was in the property management world, going to Rockhurst College, and eventually I raised my kids here. This community holds people. Every time you turn a corner, there's something new. 2013, there was a vacancy on the Planning Commission, and I thought, well, I'm gonna give this a shot. When you're on the Planning Commission, the decisions that you're making are recommendations. Are they following our UDO? Does it fit in our comp and strat plan? When it gets to the council, that's the big decision. I served on the Planning Commission up until February of 2025.
Raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Donald Funk.
Do solemnly swear.
The first few weeks here was an eye-opener. These are big projects. We're making decisions for a lot of people. Is this the right project for our community? Does it fit? Does it serve the needs of our community? we can look back and see what's been done. I mean, it's incredible when you see Paragon Star coming out of the ground, Oldham Village starting to come online, View High Drive Athletic Facility, Discovery Park, the streets of West Pryor, 291 North and 50 Highway, our Farmers Market, the Green Street Project. You look at our downtown. My wife and I, we had the opportunity to visit a small town in Florida that was revamping their entire downtown. I met a guy and he said, "Where are you from?" And I said, "Lee Summit, Missouri." And he's like, "Oh my gosh, they're modeling our downtown off of what you guys have done." We're recognized nationally. I think the easiest way to put it is we're moving in the right direction. A safe, vibrant, happy community. And my hope and my reason for doing this is because I want to keep that hope and dream moving forward.
Okay, welcome everyone. Would you please rise for the invocation and stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Lord, as we gather tonight, quiet our hearts and clear our motives. Help us set aside personal wants, pride, and preferences, and open our minds to the needs of our whole community. Give us wisdom to choose what serves the greater good, courage to do what is right even when it is not easy, and compassion to listen with humility. May every decision we make honor the people we serve and reflect your guidance. Amen.
Again, welcome everyone. I'm calling to order the City of Lee Summit regular session number 57. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Hodges.
Here.
Councilmember Rader.
Present.
Councilmember Pryor.
Here.
Member Shields.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Councilmember Funk.
Here.
Councilmember Lovell.
Here.
Councilmember Carlisle.
Present.
Mayor Baird.
Here. Okay, the first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a voice motion? Councilmember Shields?
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the agenda as presented, seconded, or by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Shields.
Aye.
Councilmember Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilmember Pryor.
Aye.
Councilmember Hodges.
Aye.
Councilmember Lovell.
Aye.
Councilmember Rader.
Aye.
Councilmember Funk.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Baird.
Aye. Next is the approval of the consent agenda. Councilmember Carlisle, would you make that motion?
Mayor, I would move to approve the consent agenda as published.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilmember Carlisle to approve the consent agenda, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilmember Shields.
Aye.
Councilmember Pryor.
Aye.
Councilmember Rader.
Aye.
Councilmember Funk.
Aye.
Councilmember Hodges.
Aye.
Councilmember Lovell.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Aye.
Mayor Baird.
Aye. All right, thank you. That's approved unanimously as well. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Council Roundtable. These are items of general interest, things going on in the community. How many times did you go to Green Street last week for an event? Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to recognize our Lee Summit Resource Recovery Park received the 2025 Impact Award from Mark Mid-America Regional Council for their recycling efforts. One of those efforts was 30,000 tons of concrete, which most came from our sidewalk and curb program, is now the base for Pryor Road.
All right, thank you, sir. I don't think yes, Councilmember Shields, yes.
Couple of things. This weekend, there's going to be selfies with Santa at the Lee Summit History Museum from 3 to 5 p.m. on Saturday. And then I want to say, I only made it to Green Street once last week. I went for the Lee Summit Chamber and Lee Summit EDC holiday party, which was an amazing use of the space. It's just wonderful seeing it programmed so fully, and really impressed with that. I missed the Draw Day event, but I hear that it was a huge success and that we were one of only 2 in the metro outside of the one. I think they did it maybe at Power and Light is what I heard. So Lee Summit is continuing to lead the way on World Cup preparations in the metro, so I'm really proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there were over 800 people that came in and out. Anybody else? You'll have to raise your hand or say something. No? Okay. I feel like I was there 3 times, though. What was the boards and commissions. Oh, yeah, the boards and commissions. That was a nice event. We had a get-together early, or right after work, early evening, for people that are on boards and commissions, citizen boards and commissions, and it was very, very well attended, and it was a great opportunity to see people that make recommendations up through our committees to us through and that work with staff, but it was a great way for us to be in front of them, so that was nice. Okay. Can you clear Councilmember Funk's name from the queue there?
She's not in yet.
Mr. Dunning, can somebody with IT give her a spare to log into from the back office there?
There, I was able to withdraw, Mayor.
Thank you. Still, for later in the meeting, Mr. Dunning, if she could get a different computer? Yeah. Yeah, our clerk needs a different computer to log into because it's been over 10 minutes now, right? Okay. All right, well, then we will get into the action of the evening. We have a few public hearings to get through. So I'm going to close the regular session and open the public hearing in the matter of Agenda Item 4A, Preliminary Development Plan, East Village, approximately 130 acres at the southeast corner of intersection in US 50 and South 291 Highway. East Village Investors LLC is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise to be sworn in by the city clerk?
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Mr. Slisht.
Good evening, Matt Slish, Engineering Solutions, 50 Southeast 30th Street, Lee Summit, Missouri. With me tonight, I have a number of members from the group that'll speak tonight. We'll start with Matt Pennington from Drake to kind of talk through the project. Then we'll do some general discussions on it, and then we have Steve with Costco who'll come through and talk through some of their site as we finish up talking about the remainder of the site, kind of as a strategy.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Matt Pennington, Drake Development, CEO of Drake Development, 5841 135th Street. Tonight's been a long time coming. We do have most of our, really all of our team here. We're lucky enough to have the Director of Development from Costco here as well, so he'll be speaking and going through some of their building plans and plans for the area. So we'll see that here upcoming. I also have our construction team, our financial advisors, and then also our multifamily specialists. So as we get into all these questions, happy to answer them. But to kick it off, we'll start with Matt.
Thank you.
All right, so this project is generally located southeast corner of 291 and 50, or the northeast corner of Bailey and 291. The 69 acres generally sitting north of Bailey, east side of 291, east of where Oldham Village is going. It's a 13-lot mixed-use development ranging from retail spaces, sit-down, drive-through, apartments, and a number of recreational spaces. Intertwined through the entire site is a number of trails and sidewalks and interconnectivity to get us between a number of the city trail systems, internal sidewalk systems, and try to get a good walkable system between what is being developed on the west, the city trail that comes to downtown, and then the east side that will continue to develop. The project overall will have a couple of traffic signals, some 291 Bailey Road improvements, Oldham Road extensions, shared use trails extensions, and then this is part of the Envision LS overlay discussion, so we'd worked with staff to kind of understand that this is meeting the criteria and ideas and designs of what we're hoping for in that area. The site overall in the Ignite master plan is shown as a mixed-use area, currently zoned P-mix. As we're sitting in this picture on the off-ramp of 50 Highway going on to 291 South, looking across the street to the site, eventually will be the Costco site, and then as we continue down to the remainder of the site. This would then be on the other side of the street, so on more looking directly south onto the site. This is down on the southerly end on Bailey Road, looking to the north, the existing Zoetta's building and the vacant ground that sits, that will become part of the development. Overall, the development, as I said, was 13 lots. The orange area will be the phase 2 that will be brought forward to you guys in about a month, I believe. So as we start to do it, what we'll do is we'll kind of go through each of the zones and the areas of the development and then kind of break down this table so everybody kind of understands what the plan and approach is. So we'll start with lot 1, and I'll have Steve with Costco kind of go through his lot of what he'd like to do there.
Good evening. My name's Steve Cross, Costco's Real Estate Development Director. My address is 1955 Raymond Drive, Suite 119 in Northbrook, Illinois, where it's a heck of a lot colder there than it is today. So I'm very happy to be here. So To talk about Costco, before I kind of get into the site plan, just to touch on some of the benefits of having Costco within the local community here. We think this is a great fit, this location, great access, and just the general retail area, the mixed-use area around here. So we like this access for our members, existing members, as well as our new members here. Costco is typically a destination site. We draw customers to our site who will also frequent other businesses within the area. So it becomes a destination, so it's a boost to the surrounding businesses as well. We bring significant employment, about 150 to 200 people would be employed here. About 50% would be full-time versus part-time. And we provide excellent pay scales. It's among the highest, if not the highest, in the retail industry here. Tremendous benefits package, even part-time employees after 6 months, they get working 23 hours, they get all the full benefits. So it's a great place to work. And we believe the employees are as good, as important as the members, which leads to low turnover. We have about 13% the first year, and it drops down to about 7% after the first year. So our members and employees are very happy. So the benefits: we provide local jobs, we curb the retail leakage, we generate taxes and significant disposable income within the community. We're involved in the community. The warehouse managers will engage with the community as well. So all of these are the benefits that we bring in addition to selling great stuff. So we're looking at 24 acres at the northeast corner of 291 and the new Oldham Parkway on the north side of Oldham Parkway, which Matt's team is going to be building here. We're proposing a 166,000 square foot building, which is our newest prototype. We were at about 161,000, and we've now added about 4,500 square feet, expanded the back of the building by 9 feet. So this incorporates the latest and greatest prototype of our building here. We have, let's see if I've got a mouse here. So we have our 4 receiving docks on the southwest corner. We have the member entrance and exit at the southeast corner here. For those of you who are familiar with the Costco, there's only one way in and one way out, so we control access. You obviously have to have a membership card to be able to go in and purchase the product in there. We're proposing a freestanding gas station here, which is an accessory use. It only operates with the Costco, so it has no convenience store, does not operate on its own if the Costco were not to be here. We're looking at a fueling station that starts off with 24 pumps. So there's actually 12 pumps there, but there's 24 pumping stations. And then we have the ability to expand that with another 4 pumps, so it's another 8 pumping stations, so we can get that up to 32. We're proposing an 888 stall parking lot, which is about 5.35 stalls per thousand, so that exceeds the code, and that's really in the kind of in line with what we're looking at with our new warehouses, somewhere around the 850 to probably 875 to 900 plus. So this is right in that sweet spot in terms of being able to provide adequate parking to our members here. The other feature that we have that you'd see from the outside is on the east side of the building. We have the tire center. There's the 5 roll-up doors on the on that side there. So our truck access, this heavy dash line, you can see that's our truck access. We're looking at the trucks coming in on the easterly driveway, come in, go into the dock area, and then back out. They would leave through this right out. They could also leave through the main entrance there. So they're circulating around the site away from our members. That's what we typically like to do. The fuel truck would follow the similar layout there as well. We work with staff on the fuel location. We ended up with the fuel on the far east side of the site, so members will bypass the traffic signal here at this location and enter to get fuel at the easterly driveway. And then about 30 to 40% of our members will actually go to the warehouse. The rest of them get gas and then they'll leave. So they can leave by the same driveway or they can leave by the light. So it's very convenient access in and out of the site here. As far as the fuel station goes, this is not quite our biggest one, but it's getting up there. When you look at the fuel stations that we have in some of the older facilities, we typically only have 6 pumps at 12 pumping stations. So you see a lot of backups in those facilities. So we've been, over time, expanding those facilities in place. So obviously this is the newest, larger size. So we have plenty of room to fuel vehicles, and we also have plenty of stacking room behind the pumps here. So we can actually get through, in the initial condition, we could probably get through 300 vehicles per hour fueling. And then if we do see the need to expand, you can see it grayed out on the right side here that we have built into the plans. That would push us up to about 400 vehicles per hour there. And for those of you that are concerned with the pumps being 4 deep, getting in and out, I know that's always brought up at these kind of meetings. It's over time, what we've done is we've expanded the bypass lane in the middle. I think it started off before I even started around 9 feet, so it's pretty tight to get through there, to get past the vehicles. And at the time, we only had the 2 pumps. We had the 2 deep, so it was easy to get through and then pull into the forward pump. Now you've got 4 of them. We've developed this model here where we have the pumps 28 feet apart. So if 2 cars are parked in there and you're trying to get into that gap, you actually end up with about 40 feet to pull in, and you can pull in forwards. You don't have to do a parallel parking and back into the space. So, and the bypass lane has now been increased to just under 12 feet wide. So it's very generous and very easy to get in and out. Plus there's a red light, green light system as you pull in on the canopy column that you'll be able to see which pump is available if you can't see around the vehicle in front of you. So in terms of the parking, the code, as I said, does require 5 per thousand, and we're exceeding that. Our parking spaces are also larger than code, which is 9 by 19. We're proposing, we typically do 10 by 20. Again, that's our members' needs there. People are typically buying bulk products. We have larger carts than your typical shopping places, so people need to be able to get into the side doors. They need to be able to pass carts through, between the cars there. So 10 by 20 is something we're known for, and it works very well. So I'll move on to the architecture. So we have these perspectives here. They're showing that the facades are high-quality architectural metal panels. And what we've done is we look at the building as a whole, and it is a long building. It's 500 and something feet long by 300, I forget the exact dimension there, 500 by 340. So you can't hide the fact that it is a long building, but you can make it more pleasing to the eye to look at. You break up the building into panels. You also vary the roof height, the parapet height, so that again, you're not looking at one 500-foot high building there. It varies up and down a few feet, so it does give a little bit more character to the building. We also focused on the entryway, so you can see here, hidden behind the trees, unfortunately, but you can see we've got some limestone masonry columns, limestone-colored CMU columns on each side, so it's more of a pedestrian scale. We do have the canopy area with the roll-up doors here. So that, and then we have lowered, if you go to some of the older Costco's, you'll see a 2-story height entrance there. We've actually lowered them. This is the newer design where we set back the sign and we make the canopy a single story, so it's a little bit more pedestrian scale in there. So there's a close-up view. You can see the CMU columns. You can also see the CMU that we use to break up the ground level there. The fueling facility, we do the same thing. We take the same metal panels, so it takes its cues off of the main building, so it blends in. Same metal panels along there. And then this shows the materials that we've selected and identified here, and we do have a material board. If anybody wanted to actually touch and feel the stuff, we do have that here as well. And then these are the actual elevations, and you can see each side how we've picked the kind of the division point, interspersing these different color panels in there, which I think works really well. We also looked at the sight lines for the mechanical equipment on the rooftop, so we did look at that as far as the height of the parapet wall. If you're on the adjacent right-of-ways and you're looking up, you won't see that rooftop equipment because it's set back more into kind of the center of the building as opposed to right along the edge there. One of the conditions that we have talks about the signage. So you can see on this particular elevation here, we do have 5 wall signs. And one of them, so there's a total of 6 signs. 5 of them are the Costco signs. And there's 1 on each side, and then there's 1 on the angled canopy, so you actually see it in 2 different locations. You'll see it over here, and then you'll see it on this level here. So it's just, it's not 2 signs, it's the same sign, just shown in different perspectives there. So we have 5 Costco signs, and then we also have a tire center sign. It's very sort of discreet above the tire center to identify that. And we typically don't have monument signs. We use our building as our signage, so we don't have pylon signs. We don't have monument signs. There's no gas signs. There's no LED signs with the pricing of gas on it. If the developer were to build these larger monument signs, we have a right to go on them, but we may never go on them. But we do have a right if those signs are built there. And then this shows the fuel pumps. So as I mentioned, this is the 4 deep by three rows there. And then this shows the mechanical equipment. So we do have a small building that houses mechanical equipment for the fuel, as well as a warming hut that we put in the, actually, I don't think, yeah, I take that back, sorry. We don't have a warming hut in this one. Normally we do. In the real cold climates, we will have them. Floor plan, and then this shows the sight lines. You can see how that is projected so that the mechanical equipment is below the sight line. And then the landscaping, we have a fairly extensive landscaping. We take pride in our property in the way that I think not a lot of other retailers might do, the larger big box ones. The managers are partly bonused on the way the property looks and the upkeep of the property, so it's in their best interest to present a clean, well-maintained site. So that means picking up garbage, that means maintaining landscaping, replacing landscaping, as well as seal coating, repaving, restriping, and all of that. So you'll see that as the years go by, that we maintain the standards of the property. So we have it very heavily landscaped, and there are some conditions in there. Oh, I'll go back to that just real quick. I know Matt might get into those. Some of the conditions do relate specifically to the Costco, and I'll just go through those fairly quickly here. One of them is the light pole heights. We have a 36.5-foot light pole we're proposing, and that helps us spread out the light better, more uniformity without a lot of bright spots there. And we do respect the perimeter, the code requirements for any light spillage around the perimeter. So it's really just to make the site look more to scale. You just don't want 120 lights out there. I think it looks a lot nicer to have 60, 65 lights at 36.5 foot high instead of down at 28, I think it is. We talked about the signage. We're exceeding the signage. I believe 3 is allowed, and we're looking at 6 on there. The trash enclosure, instead of a wall enclosure around it, we actually have a compactor over here, so there is no outside trash storage. It's all put into the compactor through the building, and it goes into the compactor. A truck comes and picks it up, so there's not going to be any garbage flying around out there. But in lieu of putting a screening around that, which kind of creates operational challenges when you're trying to get the compactor in there, just better off to leave the compactor kind of sitting on the pavement over here. And then what we're proposing here is some heavy evergreen landscaping. So from day one, we're looking at large enough landscaping that screens the compactor and the loading dock area here. One of the other conditions was removing the mid-block landscaped island every 4 rows, where you have to actually block it off for our use and the way that our members operate here. That would create significant challenges in trying to get through the parking lot if you ended up in the wrong row. So rather than the continual island every 4 spaces, we've added some additional islands, and as you can see here, it's a pretty heavily landscaped property even without those intermediate landscaped islands. There are some other conditions in here that relate to more of the overall development and in terms of the overlay district and things like that, but I'll let Matt talk about that. I think that was it, so I'm available to answer any other questions that you might have later on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we'll continue around the site. So as we start to look on the east side of the site, lots 2 and 3 are apartment buildings. Lot 2 specifically, with the star on it, is a 320-unit apartment building. The breakdown of the units are shown there. This one will have a tuck under garage, so a garage that you'd actually enter underneath the building and have all of your storage of your cars underneath, with a surrounding parking on the exterior for some visitors and some additional surface parking. Use of materials is a good mixture of good quality materials around the entire building. Lot 3 then is the next apartment building next to it, 250 units. Again, you'll see the apartment unit breakdown. This one will have a 2-level parking garage that'll be located on the easterly side of the site to park the facility, as well as surface parking available around the other west and north side of the site. As we start to come around the front side of the site, so just to make sure we're oriented correctly, this is 291. Bailey is on this side. This is our new Oldham Road extension. Lots 6 through 10 are a mixture of high turnover restaurants, fast food restaurants, fine dining restaurants, primarily located up along the frontage. Again, this is a prototype, just a general building with a mixture of materials to be utilized in that idea. So as those tenants and users start to come along, we'll start to come back forward with an exact location. The layouts we've tried to propose trying to give us a good use mix of size of buildings and orientation to get to the site. As we start to move down to lots 11 and 13, this becomes some of your strip retail, maybe another dining restaurant, some other type of access of use on the southerly side of the site. So as we start to look at the site off of Bailey, this is a restricted movement site or access point. So this will be the one that you'd have a right in. So if you're coming westbound on Bailey, you'd be able to come in. If you're coming southbound on our new road, you'd be able to turn out, but you would not be able to come out and turn left out of that entrance. You would be able to have an eastbound left turning movement into the site, so you have a 3/4 movement. The signalized intersection on the southerly side or by Bailey is this access point. They'll be fully accessible and signalized. The other signal that we're proposing will be built is at the location of where Costco's main entrance will be with our north-south roadway. As we continue then on the interior side of the site, lots 4 and 5 we see as being more of a fine dining restaurant, something that will tie itself to the center community space. The center community space we see as being an activity area where you could go, and maybe while you're waiting for your table, you might go there and hang out. It might be a place where there will be trails. People from the apartments could use it. It will be connected through sidewalks and interconnected to the trail system that the city already has. Think of this will be a centralized location that'll have an opportunity to create places for the community to gather while you're waiting for the uses or to come in and utilize it. Now we start to show some of the interconnected trail systems, and so you'll start to see both sides of the roadways have a trail that is 10 feet wide, connecting to a trail that is existing on the north side of Bailey, and then again on the south side of Bailey that will go across Purcell's and connect to the city's trail system. On the north side where Oldham extends, it'll go in and create a new trail system that crosses into the trail that eventually goes north all the way up to downtown into Lee Summit, or downtown area. All of the islands will be landscaped throughout the entire site with landscaping on both sides of the roadway, and then internal landscaping on the larger island areas throughout the development to create a more community feel and less of just a roadway type development. So Costco's landscaping you've already seen and can ties to that system. This is the roadways sections that we've kind of thought of and thought through or talked about. You'll have some sections that'll have an island barrier in the middle that will be landscaped, dividing the 2 lanes of travel. You'll have other sections that will be 3 lanes. You'll have a center turn lane that can go left or right. But again, trying to create landscaping and the walkability of the 10-foot sidewalk on both sides of those trails to create a good connectivity of pedestrian walkway through the site north to south. Phasing of the site, so again, we're kind of faced north being up or to the left. Costco obviously would be a phase 1. Phase 2 then would be the extension of the roadway from Oldham down to Bailey. Phase 3 then would be a continuation to the east to get the park involved and get the full signalized access. And then as we talked about, phase 2 in our world, or the second East Village, will be coming in about a month as kind of the later phase of the overall development project. We do have one modification request that was taken off at Planning Commission that we'd like to bring back for your consideration. On the west side, Oldham Village, we asked this exact same thing, and we're asking for it again on the east side. And the purpose is there is a 20-foot required setback from the parking to the right-of-way. We're asking that along 291, that be reduced down to 10 feet. The purpose is the same as on the east or the west side, is there's a significant amount of right-of-way and green space between the existing edge of the pavement and the right-of-way line. And so our additional 10 feet on our side of the site will be landscaped, will be preserved, but we have a large enough barrier in our opinion to create that buffer. And so what we tried to show you illustration-wise is this utility poles are generally where that right-of-way line is and where this fence is. So you can start to see the large amount of green spaces between the roadway and the property line. So we're asking for that modification that was taken off at Planning Commission be reconsidered to take it from a 20-foot parking lot setback down to a 10-foot setback. And then I think staff is also going to bring up this comment. We just want to make sure it's commented in the staff's report that went to Planning Commission. Item 12 under the standard conditions of approval is an item that is related to the sanitary sewer that is on 16th Street. So it'll be something that's more associated with the second phase, East Village Phase 2. So we're fine with it being a part of it. We just ask or want it noted that those improvements and those pieces will be done with that next phase of development. I don't think it's anything you guys necessarily have to change on your ordinance or request, but we just make sure it gets noted on that side of it. As we start to talk about the traffic, I kind of went through some of the brief overview of it, but generally speaking, Phase 1, as you're coming south on 291, there'll be an additional left turn lane and the extension of the left turn lane coming into the signal that exists at Oldham and 291. Oldham will be extended to our east property line with a number of lanes that essentially match the configuration of lanes on the westerly side. A new signal will be constructed at the intersection of the Costco and our north-south travel road. As a Phase 2, the turn lane, basically the three-quarter movement that is set on Bailey, and some of the extensions that will happen on Bailey Road will begin. And then there will be a continuation of a through lane that goes down to Shear south of the site. So as you sit at Oldham and 291 right now, there are 3 lanes of travel. Eventually one of them becomes a right turn lane once you get to Purcell. After Purcell, what we're proposing is that that would continue on for a through lane. Then the third phase improvements that would be needed as the project develops would be a southbound left turn at Bailey, widening and an additional lane on the south side of Bailey, the installation of the signal at the easterly access point. And I should comment and mention that staff has requested, and we've agreed to, that as this project develops, to go back in and do some updated traffic studies and get some updated traffic counts, because a number of the traffic study was done during times when Oldham Village was starting, when Costco is going to get done. So the idea, and I think it's a good one, is that as the project progresses, we're going to continue to do some spot checks and make sure that if any other additional improvements need to happen or any other changes need to happen, those will continue to happen as phases progress through the project. And then 16th Street on the southerly side of the site is an unimproved road right now. So it's a road that doesn't have any curbs, any sidewalks. The proposal is to come down in there, put full improvements on 16th Street of curb and gutter, sidewalks, storm sewer improvements, and then we think that will be one of the bigger improvements from a 16th Street improvement for that area that desperately needs some help down there. We did hold a neighborhood meeting on the site. We had a number of general project type questions. One of the ones is that we've heard about projects happening here many times. Some of the people have said this was their 3rd and 4th neighborhood meeting with different projects they had seen, so they were kind of wondering and hoping for a reason to believe in this one. And so our hope and belief is that as Steve is here, Costco is our driver that hopefully gets this project, finds your support and finds something they can actually develop in that area and continue the good growth and development in that core. Some of the questions about what happens to the Pfizer building and the Zoetis building, and obviously that would be modified or removed once that phase of development was happening. Talking about schedules and pieces of it. So we have a few people that are very excited that Steve is bringing Costco to town, so they want it open sooner than later. So we're going to do everything we can to get, if this gets approved, to get the construction going and get them open as fast as possible. There were some conversations about what happens to some of the schools or some of the impacts, and our general conversation is the same one we always have, is that we don't have a lot of impact on the schools and how they size appropriately or for whatever development there, but certainly I'm sure the school board is looking at projects in the area and had some expectation of that. There was questions on, is the developer getting incentives, and obviously that's part of the presentation tonight, so you'll hear some conversation on that. And then we did have a number of residents or business owners down at 16th Street and just talking through just some of the needs and things that they want down there. So we have a number of businesses down there that are experiencing stormwater problems and not having sanitary sewer and wanting some road improvements and some water expansions. And so our conversation with them was this project will bring a number of utilities down in that area that we think will provide a good improvement to that area. So with that, we will stand with any questions.
Okay. Thank you. We'll do the city staff presentation first, and then we'll ask questions.
Good evening, Hector Soto Jr., Senior Planner. I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 22.
Please enter into the record Exhibit A 1 through 22.
So I'll start off by showing the project overview. So this is for everyone's edification to make sure everyone's clear on the boundaries for the applications that are being heard tonight. So the area that we're focusing on tonight is Phase 1, as has been referenced, and it is this rose-colored area that extends from US 50 Highway on the north and terminates there on Southeast Bailey Road. West boundary being South and 291 Highway and the UP Railroad right-of-way along the east side. So the cyan color that you see south of Bailey, that will be considered under separate application, as Mr. Schlisch had mentioned, in about a month. So just to be clear to everyone, the area that we're focusing on today is strictly Phase 1, and that area between 50 Highway on the north and Bailey on the south. So with that, as has been mentioned, the overall project for the area north of Bailey Road is about 200,000 square feet of area, the bulk of which, about 166,000, is made up of the Costco site. The rest of the project is a mixed-use, horizontal type of mixed-use development that includes a lot of retail, some sit-down and quick turnover restaurants, as well as the apartment uses that have been mentioned here along the eastern boundary closest to the UP right-of-way. With this application, the applicant is requesting for a total of 5 modifications that I'll go into a little bit more in detail a little bit later. Of these modifications, and Mr. Schlisch touched on this, there was one particular modification that the Planning Commission had issue with and recommended that it not be approved as part of whatever action you decide to take tonight. So the overall project boundaries you can see here, you got the existing Zoetis building on the south, closest to Bailey Road. The comprehensive plan currently shows all of this as mixed use, as its long-term recommended land use, which is consistent with the existing PMIX or planned mixed-use zoning that over the current property. This gives you a little bit of a breakdown of all of these items I mentioned. The total of 570 apartment units is broken out, as Mr. Schlisch had mentioned, between 320 on the south, on the larger south lot 2, and lot 3 to the north of that. It's composed of 250 units. The applicant, the Costco representative, did touch on some of the architecture. So just a little bit of a breakdown as to what some of those exterior materials are. Just from a percentage standpoint, the overall exterior of the building will have approximately 85% of makeup of architectural ribbed metal of different colorations to provide some of that architectural relief and to break up those large expanses of wall plane on all 4 sides. It will have, the columns are CMU and does have a CMU base on all sides of the building. The material palette, like I mentioned, is reflective for this particular development. Is reflective of typical commercial buildings that were approved on the west side of the building for Oldham Village, and that material palette includes brick, stone, ephes, wood composite, and metal. And similarly, the apartments are shown with similar brick, CMU stone, fiber cement panel, and metal as well. There was mention about monumentation for the development in terms of Costco not having their own, but having the ability to install panels on any monumentation that's provided by the developer. And in this particular case, similar to what was done across the highway to the west, where on that location there were 2 large primary monument sign locations. With this Phase 1, the developer is proposing to have 3 monument sign locations, and there'll be a separate request for an additional one on Phase 2. But for the area that is north of Bailey Road, the 3 locations here that denoted by the stars, one being the northeast corner of the Costco site, and then the 2 entrances into the development from South 291 Highway are proposed as having these large monument type signs. Again, the Costco representative mentioned the total number of wall signs proposed for Costco. So again, identifying the primary entrance and then providing wayfinding and identification on all visible sides of the building, including clearly identifying the tire center on the east side of the building. So the modification that was requested to be removed by the Planning Commission in their motion had to do with the reduction of the parking lot setback from the right-of-way from 20 to 10, as Mr. Schlisch had mentioned. And one of the concerns that was expressed at the Planning Commission was that there was a concern that reducing the setback will in some way reduce the amount of landscaping that's provided along the 291 frontage. And actually, in the plans that they have provided, they are proposing to meet the full landscaping requirements along 291 highway. So while the parking lot setback could be in some areas reduced down to 10 feet, the overall quantity of landscaping will remain the same, and they are looking to comply with that. So there is no modification request to reduce the amount of landscaping along that frontage. So it's just a separation between the parking lot and the right-of-way, but they'll still be able to fit all of the required landscaping along that entire frontage. This was touched on a little bit upon already. The recycling in the compactor area there on the west side of the building, in lieu of, as was mentioned, in lieu of providing that full screening there, they are supplementing that area with a visual screen composed of evergreen landscaping and some evergreen trees and some shrubs. And one thing I will point out a little bit, if I can. So one of the slides that the applicant, that the Costco representative showed, was that the primary truck route is going to cycle through this east side, run north, and then kind of a serpentine pattern, come around the building, which would take these larger vehicles right by the trash compactor, trash area, and then allow for the backing movements into the stock area. So removing that additional wall and masonry screening there does remove an obstacle that helps some of the operational and truck movements in that immediate vicinity. The parking lot height, as was mentioned, by allowing this 36.5-foot fixtures, you're able to reduce the amount of overall poles by increasing the height, which allows for more of a light spread along the site. And as was mentioned, in doing so, they are able to meet the foot candle level, I guess, what we'll say maximum at the threshold where the residential uses are closest to the Costco site. So here you can see that a lot of the foot candle levels, once you get to the property boundary itself, are less than 1, and once you get to the street curb, they're at 0.2 at the most. And the highest level that you can have it where you do have residential against the commercial is 0.5. So they're well under the maximum allowed foot candle levels. The landscaping internal to the parking lot, here the amount of internal parking lot landscaping is about 30% more than what the minimum standard is for the UDO. So although they are removing or asking for modification to the larger, kind of more long continuous monolithic landscaping areas that bisect some of these every fourth parking stall, they are providing some additional broken up smaller landscape items spread throughout, and like I said, they're able to provide 30% more landscaping area internal to the parking lot than what a typical site would provide. The modification requests to the Envision LS standards are the same request that was made for the development on the west. Just the vision for the time about 10 years ago for this area is different than the reality that we're seeing in terms of part market demand and what the development realities are for the intersection of these two highways. So similar to the request that was made on the west side and the support that staff had to the modification request, we're similarly supportive of the modification request on the east side of the development. Road improvements that were mentioned, just again highlighting where the signalized intersections are going to be with road improvements along 291 highway. with some additional turn lanes and extension of Southeast Oldham Parkway to the east, and creation of some additional turn lanes on Bailey Road. And as Mr. Schlish had mentioned, the intent on the north-south spine road that serves the development is to provide some additional landscaped median areas that provide a little bit more of a boulevard appearance to it. The neighborhood meetings that were held, here there was one that was held back in September. 6 members of the public attended, and they touched upon sites of the existing development or the existing buildings at Wettest facility, infrastructure improvements to existing streets, and impact on schools. In total, there are 10 conditions of approval that staff is recommending, with number 1 being recommended by Planning Commission to be deleted, and that is the modification to that reduction of parking lot setback along 291 Highway. The staff continues to support the modification request to allow it, but the recommendation that was brought forth, made by the Planning Commission to bring forward to you, is for the deletion of that particular condition. So with that, I'll just yield to any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, sir. Questions for staff or the applicant? Councilmember Shields.
Thank you. With respect to the parking lot setback, how far is the proposed parking setback from the actual pavement of Highway 291?
So it'll vary a little bit. Right now, there's about 50 to 60 feet, depending on where along the highway. So we're looking already at a minimum 60 feet that's already existing within the MoDOT right-of-way. So tack on another 10. So we're looking at more 70 to 80 feet is what you'll actually
Okay, and that's just because the actual right-of-way width is a lot wider than the actual paved street? Okay.
Correct.
So it sounds like from the presentations, the site under our minimum requirements would be considered over-parked and over-landscaped, and they're exceeding our minimum requirements, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then the various road and utility improvements, those will benefit, like some of these are things that we would like to see done for the city, but for this project probably wouldn't be happening. They're not just to serve the site, or are they really just for this particular development?
I mean, they're primarily for this development, but some of the requirements when it comes to developing property is to extend utilities to the edges of that to be able to provide the abilities for adjacent properties to hook onto those. So part of those would be the condition number 12 that was mentioned by Mr. Schlish, where certain off-site infrastructure improvements are going to be required based on the impact that they will have on that area, and to allow for those tie-ins in the future.
Right, so there will be some future benefit in kind of facilitating some future development, or some, were there some, maybe this is a question for the applicant, are there some existing sites that are already have businesses or residents but don't have public utilities hooked up? Was that what I was hearing, or is that not correct?
There are, although those will really be part of the phase 2 improvements that you'll hear in a month.
Okay.
The only comment I'd have is, the main improvements are there on the south phase of like 16th Street, where you're going to have road improvements, sanitary sewer and water improvements that would be benefit to that neighbor as well.
Okay, and is that an existing residence that doesn't have those utilities available?
A number of the businesses down there don't. There's still some residential areas down there that won't have access to sewer based on this development, just to where the sewer's coming up to. But there are about 8, I think, commercial businesses down there, industrial businesses that have no sewer system right now.
Well, this will be a nice change then.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, and then this was probably a question for the applicant, maybe for the Costco representative. What is the average wage for a Costco job? So I know you said that they pay generally above the local average for retail.
Yeah, so the average is, I believe it's like about $28 to $30, starting around $18 is the minimum wage there. So it's around 28 to 30.
Okay, so probably significantly higher than we might see at some other local retail opportunities.
Yes, absolutely.
And you said those also include benefits even for the part-time employees?
Yeah, yeah. Sometimes I think the benefits for part-time employees can be like up to $40,000. Significant.
Okay. And I don't know if this would be a question for applicant or staff, but can you speak at all to the multiplier effect of like the overall impact that you expect something like that to have on the Lee Summit economy? Because it's, you know, it's these folks getting paid, but then spending their money at local businesses. Like a lot of times we'll kind of have some of those numbers put in front of us too.
I don't want to be quoted on this, but I did get an actual article from Mike, the real estate director at Costco, and it was an article, and I think in the Wall Street Journal, that it was the Costco effect.
Mm-hmm.
And that Costco effect was because of those wages that Stephen had talked about, higher, the wages being higher, the wages actually do climb around that area for other businesses. So that effect just trickles onto the other businesses on a positive notion, and not only that, but gives more business because of their destination nature.
Mm-hmm. Right, and I guess in the multiplier effect, though, is that you have a bunch of folks making decent wages that then can go and get a haircut, go out to eat, support all the other local businesses around there, right?
Exactly, yeah. It just supports that focus of more disposable income, adding to just the overall productivity.
Okay. And it's fine if the answer is you don't have specific numbers on that, but does staff have any numbers? So did you run any of those kind of calculations for any of this? It's okay if the answer is no. Just sometimes we see those charts, so I was just curious. So, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. Probably for the Drake Representative, Mr. Pennington, can you just speak on the multifamily amenities? What are you kind of looking at with that property? More higher end finishes, different things of that nature? Are there going to be private amenities on site for those?
Absolutely. I mean, we're looking at this project as the flagship of Lee Summit in terms of multifamily. We're looking at it as to be the highest end multifamily in Lee Summit. So you're going to see that by just the feel of the roadways and the landscaping, and we're taking it a notch above really anything else. I can get into the exact amenities. We will get into that here when we talk more about the incentives.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have had a ton of people surprisingly reach out and ask if you guys are going to have diesel gas pumps at Costco as part of your, I know, I guess North Kansas City does, maybe?
Yeah, not at this time at this location.
Okay, is it a possibility in the future?
Probably unlikely, but I don't want to say never.
Okay, well, just to say.
Reconstruction and adding tanks, but right now
Oh.
it's premium and the regular tanks. Is all
Okay, well, there's a lot of, I've probably had about 20 people interested in diesel at this location. And then my other question is, I know that you guys said that a traffic study will be done in the future after Costco is open, and a lot of this is developed out. Are there any plans, or have there been any considerations to, if the highway traffic on 50 highway, if it increases a ton, are there any future plans to modify that at all, or no? I know that's MoDOT.
So the traffic engineer's here if we want to really get into it. But yeah, so the short answer is MoDOT's reviewed it, city staff has reviewed it. At this time, during developed and future conditions, they don't have any expectation this will have any effect on the 50 highway travel, on the ramps or any pieces of it. We're planning, as we progress through this, to continue to take more studies and do more counts to be able to update that should anything show up. But again, as MoDOT and the city have kind of looked at this, everybody feels comfortable at this time that this will, improvements that are listed will not impact that side of it.
Okay, perfect, thank you. That's all I have for right now.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Rader.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to be clear about, is the Envision LS ADP, has that been adopted as part of the comprehensive plan? Oh, sorry, Hector, yeah.
It's part of the UDO, not the comprehensive plan.
Okay,
So it's part of the UDO. It is one of
Okay.
the overlays, yes.
Okay, and so Councilmember Pryor, or maybe it was Funk, mentioned something about the materials that are used for the apartments. So is that going to be discussed more in the incentive, or?
You're meaning materials, you mean
I mean
within the
material-
walls of the units?
I mean the exteriors.
Oh, the exteriors, I don't know to what extent you'll speak to speak
Well,
about them in that meeting, but
then I'll just-
the palette here is the brick CMU stone, yes.
And I guess my question is, because I believe in the concept, I went back and looked through the concept and watched the comments, and I believe Mr. Schlitz mentioned at the time that these apartments were similar to the apartments that have been built in the past by Drake Development, or is this a completely new concept? And didn't we adopt the new standards in design and materials in our UDO? Has that been finalized?
It has. This application came in before the adoption of those standards, so this piece was reviewed under the previous standard.
Okay.
But in either case, the material palette in front of you are considered the higher class 1 through 3 materials. So under the current standard or old standard, all these materials would still be acceptable.
Okay, all right. And then my next couple of questions are for, I believe, the applicant, so any Mr. Pennington or Mr. Schlitz, whichever. Okay, these are going to be hard questions I'm going to give you.
Great.
So are you relocating the Zoetis, or are they, I don't quite understand how come are they gone? Because I know they did a big upgrade to their building in 2023. So what's happened there?
So I do have an NDA with Zoetis on just a number of things with their relocation of their facility, but they will be relocating their own employees in their own facility. We will be purchasing that facility. We have a contract on the facility to be purchased, and then they have a certain period of time to go reload those employees. They are still navigating that. They're deciding exactly where they're going to go. But they do have that contemplated in our wind down agreement. As we close, they have time to go do that.
So was this your idea for you to buy this property, and then had they already made the decision to move?
As part of it, I mean, just as we looked at the overall development, the details that surrounded not only the Zoetis property itself, but the Calmore property, and then the Odell family owned the properties surrounding that. We were lucky enough to assemble them all, and site controls everything, but there was an ECR on the site that governed really the whole site. And so what that did is it stopped any past development. So it didn't have any chance to develop without purchasing this building. So at the end of the day, this building was part of a hindrance to get the overall project out of the ground.
Okay. I've asked you this question before. Well, let me ask you this first. The little park area there, is that going to be like an entertainment area? Would there be concerts there? Would there be that type of thing potentially in that area, or is it just kind of like a little park space for the people that are
still programming it? I'd say it's a gathering spot, whether it's for the middle restaurants, kind of the activity center in the middle of the development itself and in front of those apartments. It'll be heavily landscaped. It will have a local flair tenant, a coffee shop that's local here that will go in there for more of a meeting spot. So you could see yourself meeting there before you go to a restaurant. You could see yourself meeting there in the mornings, maybe letting the kids run around or vice versa, letting them run around before you eat.
Because my thought on that was like, how much will that compete with our Green Street? And I guess that would be.
I don't think it'll compete whatsoever. I think it's an isolated, amenity that is mostly for those actual users that are there. Not only the multifamily. There will be people coming there that actually meet and have coffee, but I think it's just Green Street's an amenity, all of downtown, and I'd look at this as kind of an ancillary amenity as well for really East Village.
Okay. And then is it absolutely necessary for you to have the apartment component to make this a financial success or to be able to complete your project?
Yeah, I mean, in the overall project itself, if you look at I think Baker Tilly's the financial advisor will probably go through the numbers today, but based on what the project entails, the apartments are the highest and best use, coupled with Costco's traffic study and what they need surrounding their site. I guess you could look at self-storage as a complementing use within a mixed-use development. That's just not a good user for a mixed-use environment. So as you look at any of these, the multifamily, as long as it's high-end, it's a huge benefit to the rest of the mixed-use component.
Do you think you'll be selling those apartments right away after they're built? I know your model isn't typically to hold and...
No, I will not.
Oh, okay. Tell me this, how many units per acre? So in the second concept phase, I tried to figure out the numbers, but would you say that there's about 10 townhomes per acre in that second phase, or?
I don't know. I don't know that answer, Matt. Slish, do you have a better someone?
And I'll tell you why I'm asking this question. So you gave a very nice example of that townhome in the concept for phase 2, and my question is this. Would you consider building these townhomes as owner-occupied, because it looks like it would lower the density? And the reason that I'm saying this is because I had a conversation with Mr. Mussman when Costco was first coming to town, and he said that Costco wanted a lower density area, and you also mentioned that when you presented the concept to the Planning Commission, I believe. Because their stores generate a lot of traffic, a lot of business. So there's a lot of people that are in there all the time. So this area, it seems to me, with that many apartments, with phase 2 of about 890 apartments, that's going to create a lot of people living in that area and a lot of traffic. So my question is, would that be something that you would consider as townhomes, which would actually help us with our missing middle and give people another housing option?
I think what I'd be open to is doing a feasibility study to see if it's even feasible. Based on the product that we're building, my fear is it may not meet the consumer's checkbook on a sale, but it could meet their checkbook on a rental today, primarily because of interest rates. So I could commit to a feasibility study, but I can't commit to boxing us into a corner to where I'd look at you and say, I'm going to build these, and I can't build them.
And then what would that look like? So would that be part of the negotiations in the contract? I guess I would ask our staff that question. I think David's.
I think we could provide a feasibility study, and then we could decide if at that point the developer would have the ability to decide if it's market or not, if the market can meet it or not.
Okay. I think that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I think mine are questions for Mr. Slicht. Well, yeah, Mr. Slicht first. Where's the, I heard you talking about left turn. I was following all that, but where's you're going to add left-hand turn lanes, but are you going to have 2 left-hand turn lanes at any point in any certain area? Felt like.
Yes.
I felt like that's what you were saying. Can you point those out?
Yeah, so
Where are
you'll
the 2
have
left-hand turn lanes?
a dual southbound left
Okay,
at 291.
right.
You'll have a dual southbound left at Bailey.
Gotcha.
You'll have a dual westbound left coming off of Oldham onto 291.
Oh, okay.
And you'll have a dual westbound left at Bailey to go southbound on 291 as well.
Okay. So the main bottleneck spots, you're
Yep.
gonna have our 2 left lane lanes, so that you're not sitting in a light all day
Correct.
trying to get in.
And then currently, as you said, on the eastbound or westbound right turn that goes north, it's a dedicated right all the way from the signal all the way through to allow that much more traffic to stack in there
So it can flow.
to push through.
So can you just speak generally to the concept of the flow? I know Costco could do it, but you're the engineer, so like what was because a lot went into this, and you're trying to create basically a flow pattern with as few, where you don't slow down the right-hand turns.
I'm going to give you a better chance.
Yeah.
The traffic engineer is ready to go.
Okay, yeah,
to
good.
talk about
That's what
all
I'd
of
like.
his favorite part of the light.
I just want to, high level, because I know you can talk details on this all day, but high level, what is the concept that Costco uses and has used here to on the traffic flow.
Sure. Mark Sherfy, 5405 Alden Street, Shawnee, Kansas. Matt is correct. It will be double lefts all 4 directions at Oldham Parkway. And it will be double lefts ultimately for Purcell's. However, northbound left turn at Purcell's Bailey would be a single as it is today. So double lefts at the northernmost intersection and double lefts with the exception of northbound left at Purcell's Bailey. To your question about eastbound right turn, we took a long, hard look at making that a double westbound right turn coming from the Costco site. The double presents some problems with the proximity of about 400 feet to Highway 50. If somebody's in the wrong lane, they've got to cross another right turn lane.
Yeah.
There's also some utilities and some grades through there. There is an opportunity to get a double right turn lane there that we will take a look at, but is not a part of the plan for right now. The westbound lane is a dedicated right turn lane all the way from the signal at Oldham and 291 to the proposed signal that we're showing there. And then also there is a right out, a southbound right out coming out of Costco. If you look right underneath the S&T in Costco there, you can see that. That's 150 feet long. That also provides additional storage. So Costco's on a Saturday, anywhere you put them, have some challenges with folks leaving for a couple hours. We've tried to provide as much storage as the site would allow to accommodate that movement.
Okay. Since I want to keep you here for a second. Mr. Schlicht said something earlier that wasn't, I know that was high level what he was saying, but it was not, I need your expertise with regard to 50 Highway. Mm-hmm. He said it would have no impact. I mean, this is going to have impact, but what are the standards as far as how it impacts and when it triggers MoDOT to not approve something?
Yeah, the study for the diverge about at 291 and 50 is a decade old. It made assumptions for the commercial and the land use plannings on the south side of 50, along with growth rates for 291 itself. This study did not take a look at those, at that interchange. Generally, the interchange with a roundabout has more capacity than the signals do. So really focusing on the signals and where we're getting the east-west traffic from Village East and the development to the west, that's the critical area for intersections. So we have focused on Oldham, Purcell's Bailey, and Shearer Thompson with this study. Do not know how much more that will be to 50. There should be plenty of capacity on 50 as the way that was designed from the traffic study a decade ago.
Okay. Then I'm going to ask Mr. Park is here. Yeah. He loves telling me about this stuff anyway, so. 50 Highway and, we've talked about this in the past. I mean, there's more traffic on 50 Highway than there's been in the past, but this will create some more. I don't want to say it's no impact, though, because we know that Costco will bring people. So what have you talked about with MoDOT? Have you talked about anything with them?
Yeah, Michael Park, Director of Public Works. So as Mr. Sherfy said, when we designed, and I was project manager for the interchange in collaboration with MoDOT there at 291 South Junction of 50 Highway, we had made some assumptions on land use for this very type of project, and it wasn't all that different. At the time, if you were part of Lee Summit, you remember we were talking about massive mixed-use developments, and then there were some growth factors applied to that. So I do concur with his assessment, and MoDOT has too, that the interchange was built with anticipation of this type of growth and the proximity, and it was really built out. We built out 291 South Junction for future growth. Okay. In direct regards to US 50 Highway, there will be an impact. I don't think anybody's denying there will be some traffic impact to 50 Highway. Though it's a freeway, it carries a lot of traffic already, and it's already on MoDOT's right of priority list to make some improvements. They know it's been identified as a future 6-lane highway.
Okay.
It's currently on their unfunded needs list. I believe it's on their Tier 3, which is, I-70 is Tier 1, and there's some other major interstates within the metropolitan area that are on Tier 2. And We debate a lot with MoDOT whether I-470 widening or US 50 highway widening should be the next priority. MoDOT thinks US 50 highway should be next, and of course, Mayor, you all and City Council think 470 should be
We live
next.
here, though.
So
We know better.
nobody's denying that it's a heavily congested corridor, and certainly there will be more traffic on 50 highway as a result of the project, but we believe there's enough capacity that it can be handled. The other thing to consider is that it's not all new traffic coming to Costco and to this development. What we consider in traffic is that this is pass by. You're going to pick up a lot of traffic who's already on 50 highway. Maybe they're headed to the Costco in Independence, but they're going to stop here first. They're not going to continue on 50 highway to 470 up to 40 highway to visit that store location. So that's a pass by trip. They're already going through Lee Summit. They're just going to stop earlier. And we think a number of those trips are going to be those pass by trips already existing.
Okay. Yeah. All right, I have a question for the applicant. Mr. Pennington, you, on that park that you were talking about, I'm curious about it too. You're going to manage that?
Yes.
And Costco was talking about how they keep their place really clean. I know you'll keep it clean, but when are you going to program that? How are you going to go about that? Because it's great. It's a feature that we haven't seen is very, very often in something like this, in a development like this, even the other ones in town, right? So
Right.
what do you, like, just visionary wise, not details?
We kind of wait to have the restaurants come in around it, and then the restaurants kind of all participate with that programming along with us. That's what happened at our latest one in Miriam on Shawnee Mission Parkway, where we were able to program the space kind of after the fact. So we left the first 2 or 3 months. We built it. We better understood it. We got each manager out there and understood how they could use it, what promotions could they do out there on it, and then everybody kind of worked together. Then we have an internal programmer, Scott Miller, who's actually here. He helps with that on our multifamily side, and that works. We dovetail that along with our multifamily side of things.
Okay. So basically, you customize it based on what the retail is going to be around it. And you already know that you have apartments built in, so it needs to accommodate that type of setting. You do have a park, though, in the last phase as well, right?
Right. There's a green space on the third phase as well, yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any other questions from council right now? Okay, we'll go to the public comment portion. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in favor or against the application? Mr. Alchowish.
All right. I'll just speak once, and it will apply to this and the future ones regarding East Village as well, because I know we have a slate full of them. I'm in opposition to the East Village project as it's currently proposed, and I find it concerning how the city and members of the city council have been publicizing and sharing information about this project and how it will provide residents with a new Costco and several new restaurants, but no one has ever informed the community about the trade-offs involved. You've made no mention of the new apartments, and certainly didn't publicize the $110 million in developer incentives. Incentives that would create a disproportionate tax burden that will have to be shouldered by the existing businesses and residents of Lee Summit. Now, the taxes to be gained from these new developments will almost certainly be insufficient to cover the increased costs of the public services they would require, because this plan seeks to give half of that new tax revenue directly to the developer over the next 23 years in the form of TIFs. $65 million in total TIFs, along with another $45 million in other incentives. Now, I know that a new Costco, Chick-fil-A, and Q39 are exciting. It's exciting for me too. I'm a Costco member, and I can tell you I didn't get to 240 pounds by avoiding barbecue and fried chicken. But the fact is that it's just not worth the trade-off that the city is proposing. So I personally would love to have a new Costco closer to home, but I can tell you if it comes with new apartments and these big incentives and subsidies, then I'd be more than willing to just drive the extra 7 minutes to shop at the one in Independence. And I'm concerned that the city's selective silence about these apartments and incentives indicate that they also believe the public wouldn't find this development very appealing if the residents were able to see the full picture. Why are we considering such high incentives for this project? Lee Summit has a population of 107,000 people, and 291 and 50 Highway is one of the highest traffic areas in the city. Frankly, this is a dream area for development, and development will occur here
with or without these incentives. Does anyone within the city even attempt to negotiate developer requests? Or are we just willing to give away over $100 million without even putting up a fight? Regardless, the fact of the matter is that the city of Lee Summit failed to inform the public of the full scope and ramifications of these developments. They deceitfully attempted to lure residents in with social media videos displaying new restaurants, but remained intentionally silent on the aspects of this deal that residents would oppose. Now, why would the city take an approach like that? Aren't they charged with the responsibility of keeping its citizens informed? Who does their selective silence benefit here? And to the members of the city council, you're elected to represent your constituents, and none of you publicly address the massive downside of this deal either. In fact, the details weren't presented to the public about the downside until 2 days ago on my Lee Summit Updates page, and then this morning on KC Business Journal. And I can tell you the feedback hasn't been good. People do not want these new apartments. Now, you guys should not be voting on this today, and here's what I want to propose. Table the vote. Go through the hearing, table the vote, but create an initiative to honestly and publicly inform the residents about both the benefits and the trade-offs. Then give them time to digest so you can provide, so they can, so they can provide you with real feedback before you make your votes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Giddings, you had filled out the public comment. I think this is what you want to talk about, though, so yeah, come forward, please. No, I know, this is the time for you to, I think this is the time to come forward, not later in the public comments, but during the public hearing. Well, this is the first public hearing, so you can.
Deborah Giddings, 1015 Southeast Bordner Drive. Been here before. You've all known what I'm going to talk about, but there are a couple things that added to my repertoire. First of all, MoDOT was supposed to get back to the city and give them information about how they felt about that. I've heard nothing from staff about whether that happened. The other thing is that Costco could have oriented this building in a different way to allow better traffic flow. MoDOT even said that in their first recommendation. But they can't expand east. Neither can Bailey Road. It's stuck by the railroad. Why not put an outer road and put it up over the railroad track just like you did Bailey Road? I mean, they would connect all the way out to Ranson Road that way. So I know I'm not going to travel down 291 to access a trail, to go across 291 or come down it on either side or across even Bailey Road. Speaking of Bailey Road will only be able to handle not near the traffic it's going to generate, because when you approve the division south of Bailey Road, anybody south of Bailey Road, unless you change MoDOT's in and out on 16th Street, the only way they can get south is to go north. Now, are they going to go north on 291 out of that right out and then turn around and do a U-turn at 291 in Bailey? No. They're going to come up to Bailey Road on one of those two roads. And if they come up on the left one, they're going to have to do a U-turn at the light. It's in the plan. The city is requiring $100,000 if that left turn lane doesn't work. On the plan, Costco's exit out, they say it's right dedicated. That must have changed on the plans, because the latest plans, even were shown tonight, shows 2 lanes straight through and with that right one having a right arrow. Last I heard, and I reported last time, was that they were going to have a dedicated sign suggesting it be a right turn only. Because what happens when somebody wants to go straight and you're stuck in that right turn lane blocking through the next intersection, which probably will happen because we know that the distance between the entrances is not up to code. The local economy, as he spoke about, what about the LCRA? What about the TIFs? What about the CIDs? What about the green space? You ask questions about that. What happens when it doesn't work? It's not utilized. And the developer comes back and says, you know, it's really not working out. We need to We need to take part of that and put another business in there. It could happen because it happened in Oldham Village West. At the Planning Commission this week is a plan to divide a lot in Oldham Village West. What reassurance do we have that won't happen here? In regards to the roads, let's not wait and develop Bailey Road because we'll know we'll need it. Let's do it now while we're doing the other intersections so we residents close by won't be inundated with construction for our entire lives. 40,000 cars, underground parking, above ground parking. It's just too much. As he said, you look at anybody on Facebook, next door, emails, it's all no, no, no. You talk to anybody in the grocery store, in Walmart, what's up with all these apartments? I'm sick and tired of seeing these apartments. As she said, we need the middle housing. We don't need more apartments. There's over 300 empty apartments right now, according to Zillow and apartment.com. I'm also tired of hearing about Ignite.
If you're gonna speak in the next public hearing too, then I need to have you wrap it up right now.
Okay. The last thing I'll say here is I'll talk next time.
Okay. There's going to be a couple more public hearings and public comments as well. Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak in favor or against? All right. Then I'm going to go back to the agenda here, and it's back to council. Council questions or not comments yet. Council questions for staff or the applicant. I just want to, Mr. Park, sorry. Can you just, general statement, are you speaking to MoDOT about traffic?
Yes, we have. And in fact, you'll see in your conditions as recommended by staff of approval for this development, if you're so inclined to approve it, one of those conditions is that MoDOT is allowed to continue their analysis and their recommendations, and this developer will have to get a permit from MoDOT, and whatever permit requirements that MoDOT has become then those improvement necessities for this development to move forward. So we realize that, yeah, preferably we would have that recommendation by MoDOT, but it doesn't really alleviate their ability to add conditions or minimize conditions at their will. They're the owner of 291 Highway.
Thank you, sir. And 50 Highway, yeah. Okay. I'm not seeing any further questions from council, so does the applicant care to make any further comment?
Good thing.
All right, thank you. Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion on this application? This is the PDP plan. Councilmember Shields.
Just really thrilled to see this come through. I think this is going to create a lot of good jobs, a lot of good paying jobs, a lot of economic activity for the entire city. I appreciated the presentation, and I think they've worked really hard to make sure that it looks good, that it's going to have more landscaping than is required, it's going to have more parking than is required, and it's going to pay a lot more than a lot of other retail. I know sometimes we're concerned when retail comes in, are those good jobs? But these are good retail jobs coming in with benefits, with decent pay, and I think that's going to be really good for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Pryor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Also, I really like your accent. Where are you from? Okay. And thank you to the people that gave public comment. My personal opinions are, and I've read a lot of the Facebook comments. I've had a lot of phone calls, mostly in support of this project. I've seen some of the Facebook comments that are against the not necessarily the project, but the apartment. So I've taken everything into consideration. But ultimately, it's not very often that we get a development like this that comes before council that I truly believe will change the future developments of our city. And not only change the future developments, I think that it will change what type of stores we going forward attract in our city. So because of that, I am in support of this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try not to repeat what Councilmember Pryor and Councilmember Shields have already stated, and be redundant. And I am in agreement with their comments and their statements. I think it's also important to understand context when you look at a project like this, along with what's already been said by my colleagues. I recently attended an economic development forum along with some colleagues up here on the dais here recently. It was a regional Kansas City metro area forum that had regional economic development experts that were part of a panel. Our very own Joe Perry, who leads our Economic Development Council, was part of the panel. The moderator was Tim Cowden, who is the president of the Kansas City Area Development Council, who led the discussion. And you had representatives from pretty much every community in this metro area, Kansas and Missouri. And one takeaway for me, just for that particular one session, which my background is commercial real estate, and I've been a private developer, but one takeaway from these economic development experts was that they represented regions and parts of the metro area, Kansas and Missouri, that have some of the highest growth in this area. And one common theme they said was that these mixed-use projects is what makes these projects work for their communities. Okay, and as it has already been said, this is once in a lifetime that you get a project such as this scope and this scale with this kind of an operator, a retailer, to come into a community. I can assure you that most of the surrounding neighbors that we have, communities on the Missouri side, salivate over having something like this come into their community. And this has not just been done in a vacuum. Some of us that are up here on the dais were on the Planning Commission over 10 years ago when the Envision Lee Summit Plan was put together that talked about removing blight in one of our main gateways and corridors for the city. So here we are 10 years later. 10 years later is when we have this opportunity with this kind of a user. It did not happen just the last 6 months in any kind of a vacuum or secret way. This has been many, many years of strategic planning. The Ignite plan is of importance here and is impactful. The comprehensive land use plan is in play here. This is not just luck and not just timing. This was a lot of thought and effort put into this. And so to snub a user and a developer for this scale and scope of a project, what kind of message are we sending to the other investors that want to come into this community? And let me remind everyone, the strategic plan, the Ignite strategic plan, the comprehensive land use plan was full participation of citizens of this community. It wasn't us up here. It was citizens that had a vision of what they thought our community should grow into. This area here was part of that, and it talked about mixed-use development. It didn't specify that there was going to be apartments or, duplexes, fourplexes, or a Costco is coming, but it did kind of envision and had a perspective that we might get a project like this. So here we are today. I think if we were to snub, I use that word snub, and turn our face to a project like this, we're doing a huge disservice to our community and the future opportunities that are going to be coming before us. So I think all of our staff and the developers have checked all the boxes to make sure it's a safe project for our citizens, and anyone that are patrons to these businesses. And the economic potential, economic multiplier that could happen with a project like this, we've not seen anything like this in this community. So I'm completely grateful for the presentation to staff and the developer, to Costco, thank you. And I would be in support of this. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Okay. Councilmember Hodges?
Thank you. So I would agree with my colleagues. I am in support of this. This is something that I feel like we've needed in the community for a long time, and it's nice to see it finally come to fruition. And I do want to address the whole apartment issue. I'm going to be careful how I say this. So, we have approved apartments before, but I think the real issue is that they get approved from people who don't bring us anything but that. So then, therefore, it's not a community benefit except for to the people who are actually just moving in and using it and may or may not stay in our city. Something like this, I view differently because it's bringing us quality jobs, it's bringing us quality product, and it's hard to say no to apartments when it's bringing us something of value to our community. So that's where I feel like it's different, where I've always said in my other spiels about apartments is we have to be, it's not about being anti-apartments, about being strategic about which ones you approve. And my personal opinion, I have voted no on a lot of apartments that were not bringing anything of value to our community, but that's where this one hits different. It's, we have to compromise sometimes and to get something that the community really wants. So especially with a developer like this, I think he's proven himself in our community and brought us things finally. It's been so refreshing to not just have a developer come and bring more of the same, because it gets kind of frustrating. And so we're finally getting things that we don't have, things that we don't have to drive out of our city for. And I feel like that is a win. Do I wish we would have had that perspective in even past councils? Yes, but we haven't. And unfortunately, yeah, it looks like a lot are popping up around, but in this specific scenario, I feel like these can be justified. And I'm going to be honest, I would prefer townhouses too, but in this area, would I personally want to buy a townhouse with what this is going to look like and with the retail and the businesses? I would not. I would not want to own one in this area. I feel like it is more of a temporary, you come, you build off of that, but I would not. So personally, yes, I agree with Councilmember Rader. I would like to see townhouses, but in general, yes, not in this area. I would not want to own one. But yes, I just want to say that I am in favor, and I know it's a sticky subject, but sometimes you do have to compromise for the greater good, and I think it's absolutely worth it. So thank you for bringing this. Thank you for putting in the hard work. Thank you, Costco, for being willing to come to our city. I personally am very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to repeat everything everybody said. I agree with all my colleagues. Thank you to the developer and staff. The way this project's laid out, we're putting the multifamily to the back. It anchors us down. We're fighting a railroad easement there. Again, not repeating everybody has said up here. Thank you, Costco, for anchoring this, and I would be in support of this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. I'll just make a quick comment too. Councilmember Funk said anchoring this, and I think that's probably where I'll start, just by saying, Costco is the blue ribbon of anchors. Where they go, retail businesses and desirable businesses, like was presented tonight, will follow. So I think I love the fact that, it's the type of company that does pay well, Costco that is, and that they take the extra care. I mean, a foot more wide on the stalls and a foot deeper, that's cool. And engaging in the community, yes, but you really take care of the employees, and it's documented. All of this is documented as far as, I want to learn more about the Costco effect, because I think that there's a lot to that. You've heard the council members talk about the multiplier effect, but just thinking that you pay bonuses to your managers based on how well the property is maintained, and just that's what Lee Summit wants to be known for, things like that. So of course we want someone like Costco in our community. The traffic was the big concern for me on this one, but I've since learned that Costco knows their traffic, and they've been harder on themselves, from what I'm hearing, then even we've been on them, making sure, because they want to make sure that the customer has a good experience. And I think that comes through when they start talking about 24 pumps with extra room to maneuver, so you're not sitting in line. So just a lot of things, a lot of details that are really hard to not appreciate. I think overall, just big picture with the developer and such, this location has been, people have tried to develop this many, many times. I can think of a couple of really big ones, 25 years ago or so, Mr. Dunning, 20 to 25, yeah.
Yep.
That one didn't go well and never got off the ground. And that was, people had high hopes. So yes, this is a prime location. And then a few years ago, on this same side that we're talking about, not even talking about the other side, another developer came through, and that didn't end well about 6 or 7 years ago, 7 years ago maybe. It had been approved many years before that, but so we're very fortunate that this was available in this central location, and that we have a developer that believes in Lee Summit and has the kind of relationships to get Costco here. So very fortunate. So let's keep going with these public hearings tonight and see where this where those end up. But I, of course, am also in support of this. With that,
Mayor.
Oh, yes, sir.
I just let you know I'm going to be recusing myself due to a conflict on this and the other items.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lovell. Then we will go with, who gets to read this first one? Councilmember Hodges, would you please read Bill number 25-236?
Yes, 1 second.
Yep.
I advance to, am I right? 25-236. Okay. I advance to second reading Bill number 25-236, an ordinance approving a preliminary development plan for East Village Phase 1 on approximately 77 acres of land generally located at the southeast intersection of US 50 Highway and South M291 Highway, all in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 33, the Unified Development Ordinance of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 25-236 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Council discussion?
Yes.
Councilmember Shields.
Would this be the time to make a motion to add back that pavement setback variance?
Yes.
Okay. I would move to restore provision 1 regarding the pavement setback ordinance. Is that clear enough, Mr. Head? Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to put back the, say it again, Councilmember Shields, which provision 1?
I believe it was provision 1 of the recommendations of approval regarding the pavement setback variance.
Where they're going to put more landscape. We're going to put
They're still
going
gonna do the same amount of
comply with the
landscape,
same amount of
but
landscape as
reduce
they
it to a
would if it was,
10-foot,
yeah. Very good. Motion on the floor by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion on the amendment. Okay. Then we're going to vote on the amendment. All those in favor, or no, I'm sorry, please cast your vote. Okay, all votes are in. Please record the vote. It passes 7 yeses, an abstention, and a recusal. All right, then that would take us back to Bill number 25-236 as amended is on the floor for further discussion. Seeing none, please cast your vote. Computers are being slow, so give us a second. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 7-0 with an abstention and a recusal. All right, that takes us, we're in the regular session. Do you guys need a break? Yes. We're going to take a break. Let's make it a short one because we still have public hearings. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. So approximately, according to my watch, 7:51 we'll come back into session.
Ever wondered how the city budget works? The total 2026 budget is over $380 million, which includes funding for daily operations, capital improvements, debt service, internal service, and enterprise operations. For example, the general fund is the foundation for the city's day-to-day services and investments like road maintenance, public safety, and fire protection. The general fund is supported by property taxes, sales taxes generated by local businesses, franchise taxes, and other sources like licenses, permits, and fees. For every dollar citizens pay in property tax, the city receives 18 cents. This means the city receives $845 a year in property taxes for a median single-family house. These taxes provide public safety, park maintenance, infrastructure, and the best services to keep Lee Summit going and improving. One of the community's top priorities is infrastructure investment, which is reflected in the Capital Improvement Plan. $113 million of the 2026 budget is invested into the Capital Improvement Plan. The 2026 Capital Improvement budget includes investments like the 291 and 50 Highway Interchange, 3rd Street, Ward and Purcell's intersection, and Pryor Road. The budget process includes guidance from the City Council, citizen input, and critical success factors from the city's Ignite strategic plan. To learn more about the city's budget, visit cityofls.net/budget.
When the person called on the phone, she said that there was a dinosaur walking down her road. Of course, we had to go out and check that out. We get out there and it was a big African tortoise, probably 60 pounds, walking down the road. When they walk, they really stand up tall, so I could see why she thought it was a dinosaur. I'm Rodney Wagner. I'm the manager of Lee Summit Animal Control. So as you can see, we get all sorts of animals here. You got some guinea pigs off to the side. All the windows up here are animals that are adoptable right now. Every one of these dogs is ready to go and ready for adoption. And the same thing with our cats over here. A lot of cool cats in here now, so this is our 3-acre lot we have out back. This is where we do all the walking of dogs, exercise. We also have a side yard off to the side over there, so we can let them run loose. They can run together, and then we have what's called play groups. Kind of like having a bunch of kids. Here's our vet room. We have a vet that comes out twice a week. This is our Sally Port where we bring the animals into. This is one of our animal control trucks, and we can hold up to 6 animals. We have a lift on the other side to put big animals in. We actually have temperature gauges in here and in the truck to tell us how hot it is. Once it gets to a certain temperature, we bring all the animals back here immediately. So this actually has traps in it, but we do a lot of wildlife trapping. I mean, a lot. So bats, potbelly pigs, horses, cows, emus, a lot of reptiles. We had a citizen one time that had over 200 reptiles in his basement. Caimans and alligators in here that are 4 or 5 feet long. You can't keep those. And people do, and they're surprised when they can't keep them. I'm like, really? You're surprised you can't have an alligator in your house? Our main goal here is public safety and also the safety of the animals. And we have very dedicated people back there, and they definitely stay here for the love of the animals, which also includes getting them adopted out. We'll have about 4,000 impounded animals a year. Probably about close to 2,000 are dogs and cats. The cats and dogs, when they get impounded here, they go on a 5-day hold. And then after the 5 days, if the owner doesn't show up, then we can put them up for adoption. To adopt an animal here is actually really simple. You just come in, look for whatever animal you're looking for, find the right pick. You go to the adoption room up there and see if you get along with them. You spend as much time as you want to in there. From that point on, it's just a matter of making sure they're spay or neutered and all their vaccinations up to par and they're good to go. We have a very high adoption rate because we try everything in our power to get animals adopted out. We have Heart of America, a Humane Society that we do a lot of adoptions through. And then we also have other groups. We have some people that literally will just look all over the country for somewhere for a dog to go. And we sent dogs up into South Dakota, North Dakota, Washington State. So it's actually, it's a huge united effort to get all these animals home.
Tarzan's got lots of energy. Hazel's got a weird meow. Bell, she wants nothing to do with the other cats. She'll kind of get her grumpy face going.
And the good thing about the people here is that they get all their friends to get animals too. All of us have probably the limit of all the animals that we can have at home. You know, they are huge animal lovers. If it was up to the people here, we'd have 15 cats running around in here. We had a citizen one time out there, and he was bathing his two 9-foot-long boa constrictors in the front yard. Apparently, I was garnering some attention, and so we went out there and had to have a talk with him about that. Why do I do this job? Oh, dude, I love this job. I grew up on a farm, and taking care of that many animals, you can't help but like animals. This is just like fancy farming. You know, you're just bringing animals in here, taking care of them, and find them homes, and yeah, absolutely animal lover.
This is the best place to work.
I love working here.
I feel very blessed.
I love it here. I look forward to coming to work every day, being a part of this team.
Like a family away from home.
Where everyone feels like everybody knows their name.
A city that supports you. We see that with our benefits.
A pension, vacation days, job security.
Being able to be heard. We feel valued. We feel respected.
Lee Summit is a very progressive city.
It's growing, it's thriving.
We have this drive towards not just doing a job, but doing it with a spirit of excellence. I had the opportunity to continue to grow, regardless of 30 plus years doing this kind of work.
It's more than just dollars and cents.
We're here really to give back.
Providing a service to better a community.
To go out and serve people.
To be a part of something bigger than yourself. If I would have known what I know now, years ago, I would have been here much sooner.
Traditionally, we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either a bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words, mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982 is en route.
Officers en route, 914, Armstrong.
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
I'm like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning, including family, their support network. Who's close to you? If they're home alone, who can come over and hang out with you today? Can we lock away your sharps? Can we put up your meds? Do you need meds? Can we get you over to the urgent care to get you assessed for your medications? Some of them also are like, oh, I'm so glad you came. This made me feel so much better.
Our main goal as co-responders is to, one, get people connected to the services that they need, and also divert from emergency rooms and jails.
And they almost get a different view of the police responding. That lets me know you care and the officers care.
Please, please, how can we help you?
My husband has...
In 2020, we had 722 mental health related calls for service. 2022, by that time, 1,479. These mental health related calls for service are increasing. How we're responding to that is increasing the number of crisis intervention team officers we have available, as well as the number of co-responders we have available to respond on these calls.
So what I think is important for the community to know about the co-responder program is that we're here, we exist. All you have to do when you call 911 is ask for us. Say, hey, I want a co-responder to respond to this crisis, and we'll go. I was really struggling about 8 years ago on my personal journey with mental health, and I met some amazing social workers and amazing programs that have helped me get to where I am today. I really couldn't see myself doing anything else. We want to help, and that's what we love to do.
So I had a client, we got a call, she had some suicidal ideations, and she really felt that she had nobody. And and getting to know her story and getting to know who comes around and sees you, well, then we found a support person and they responded immediately. And we made a plan. I called back and checked on her in an hour, and then I checked on her in 2 hours. We were able to get her into the additional services to where she talks to someone every week or more. I just took a person that really just thought they had nobody and nobody would show up for them, and show them you do. And you'll be amazed who is in your corner if you just simply say, I need a little help.
All right, we're going to bring this meeting back to order. Since Councilmember Lovell has to recuse, he's in the back room. He'll come out after the presentations are over. And Councilmember Carlisle will be right here. So we'll go ahead and get back into this meeting then. I'm calling it to order, and we will have to go right back into public hearing. So I'm going to close the regular session and open the public hearing in the matter of agenda item 4B. This is a public hearing for the Project 2 East Village LCRA redevelopment plan within the 291 South LCRA redevelopment area. East Village Investors LLC is the applicant, but all those wishing to speak to this matter, please rise to be sworn in by the city clerk.
Please swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Mr. Bushek, you limping? Are you limping? No. Oh, I thought. Oh. I hurt my Achilles playing pickleball, so I was wondering if you did the same.
Broken big toe, yes.
Did you really break your big toe?
Yeah.
Okay. You are limping then?
Yeah.
Okay.
With these shoes. David Bushek, Chief Counsel of Economic Development and Planning. I will start the public hearing with just a few comments before the developer's presentation. For this public hearing, there's a second public hearing on the TIF plan. This first public hearing is for the LCRA plan. A lot of the factors that we'll be discussing, a lot of the factual findings that the City Council has to make, and the analysis by our financial advisor applies to both of these incentive tools. We'll get into that in more detail, but you'll come to understand how a lot of the facts that we analyze, a lot of the data that our financial advisor analyzes is similar, and it makes sense to talk about these in one public hearing so you can have a full discussion of all of these factors. And then when we get to the second public hearing, we will do what we've done in the past, which is enter all evidence and testimony from this first public hearing into the second public hearing so we can have a thorough discussion of both incentives as a package. And that's the extent of my introduction at this point, and I'll turn it over to the developer for their presentation, and then I will provide my presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, CEO of Drake Development, Matt Pennington, 5841 West 135th Street, Overland Park, Kansas. It's it's been quite a journey since the last time we've seen each other, and I think that was the West, well, since our conceptual, really. And as we've spent a lot of time formulating this project, there's been so many people involved, not only with traffic and having our user here in front of us, Costco, with this being an absolutely non-spec project. And I think that continues our process of when we come forward with something, it's real. We're not putting things on boxes. We're not, planning something that we have no idea of what is going to happen. We have a pretty good vision. So tonight is East Village redevelopment, and I'll get into the project. I think most of you are well aware of what we've done, where we've been, and kind of the magnitude and the quality of our project. So I won't get too much into that. My entire team is here, like I said before, and so I want to start with kind of Oldham Village, with where that project's at. I mean, when we stood in front of you near a year ago, this whole corridor looked completely different. It was a very industrial feel, and that type of feel takes a lot of effort to change. With convincing retailers to come to this market is not easy, but to convince key retailers to join a key intersection that looks like an industrial hub is extremely difficult. So Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, I think you did a phenomenal job of hitting the nail on the head, as this is basically you all, the previous councils, having the Envision LS plan, putting that in place, getting us to this point where Oldham Village could happen, and then have the ability to be in front of you tonight to say that we have Costco has been a collective effort from the past administrations, and then you all making sure the Envision LS plan is at least brought forward and followed. So the subject property tonight, we talked already a little bit about the site plan and the PDP, so I think we're all familiar with the property itself. But Oldham Village, just to close that loop, you've seen how that project's going. It's going well. We're going to have some, Q39's underway in Chick-fil-A. We're going to have some exciting announcements here shortly, in hopes that, I guess, this Costco project would be approved. And if it is, I think there's going to be some amazing announcements, not only on the west project with Oldham Village, but on the east project as well. So how did we get here? The conceptual presentation, we saw you in July. That's when the hard work really started beginning for all parties, not only us, the city staff, the engineers, really started getting into the details on the traffic studies. I think we've heard a lot about traffic. That's been a big component of this, and that's really driven the site plan of where it's gotten to today. So having Costco is a really big deal. The traffic obviously turns into a really big deal, and I think we'll get into a little bit more about how far they go with their traffic studies, because they're not your normal retailer. Everything is just magnified to a new level, so they do their own studies, and that was all part of this process. So we were at the Planning Commission in November. That went well. The TIF Commission happened also in November, and the LCRA meeting happened in November as well. So each of those meetings, we did a similar presentation. We talked about some of the challenges. And on the LCRA meeting, it was a 5-0 vote, and on the TIF Commission meeting, it was an 8-1 vote. So all in favor of the project with positive feedback on each of the components. And so that brings us to tonight with the City Council meeting. So if tonight is a favorable vote, we would hopefully start construction in January. So right after the new year, we would have yellows out there hoping to try and meet timelines and commitments to Costco. So, and then this is fast, but I think the Costco in hopes of, if there is an approval tonight, that they potentially could be open by next October. So you can imagine how much work has gone into be able to sit here and tell you that tonight. Most everything just takes so long to get to a point to say, hey, we get to do this. So here's the project just from an aerial standpoint. I think the big key component is we all know it's a great intersection. We all know it's a great gateway to Lee Summit and to all the PRI land and all the growth that will happen here in the future. Again, though, there's been so much history on this site with failed developments. So even though a site looks amazing and it could be on a gateway district, there are numerous challenges, and one of those challenges that Councilwoman Rader brought up was the Zoetis. Just because it looks great it looks like you can, build anything and it's an amazing corridor, doesn't mean that. So we'll get into some of those challenges here in a little bit. So the hope is to turn this whole corridor into kind of your gateway district and a dynamic mixed-use community. So some of the property challenges, there's blight obviously on the property. You can see that each of those properties that are on the east side over there had massive industrial buildings. They had, some were 200,000 square feet plus, and they were doing big industrial things. And so this whole corridor has had that feel for 25, 30 years. And so you see a lot of green out there today, but there are lots of building remnants that are out there that we will be dealing with. There is environmental. There's some tanks in the ground that we found that were not part of the environmental. We'll be dealing with those. So that's some of the larger items. The biggest thing is the property assemblage, right? So when you go out trying to do a big development like this, to assemble this large a tract in this type of gateway community is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. There's always a holdout. There's always some kind of issue. And in this case, we are able to look at you tonight and say we have complete property control and the entire 135 acres can be developed pending your approval. So the multi-parcel coordination took a long time to put together, and I think we'll get into why some of the failed developments happened in the past as part of that assemblage process. The sewer's always been a problem. The sewer was taken care of on the west side for a portion of the project. We did tap into the sewer to the south of 16th Street, so we had to go get an easement for that to tap into those properties. You heard tonight already that those businesses will be now provided with sewer as part of this. And then the roadway extension improvements per the Envision LS plan. This is an extensive network of roads. We plan this over and over with Costco to work correctly according to the traffic studies. And then the grading and elevation. If you look out there today, the actual Zoetis property sits, relatively low. So it was, not only did Zoetis have ECR restrictions. When I say ECR, that's an easement, covenants, and restrictions document that governs really all those parcels. So technically, that was the tail wagging the dog is the best way to put it. In order for this entire district to try and redevelop. So, and we'll get into more of that. So here's some of the blight and remnants. You can see the red is actual power lines. We'll be burying those. The yellow is existing building remnants that are from that Calmar facility. All these will be pulled out. There's tanks kind of smack dab in the middle of the red power lines that'll be removed and now undergrounded. And then the grading is substantial. So why did the developments not happen in the past? These failed developments, the latest one was an industrial development that got brought forward between, I think, 3 or 4 years ago on this property. I talk about speculative projects. This essentially was that, nothing against the developer, but when they came in, they didn't have a key component to finish this project, which there was a roadway down the middle of Oldland Parkway where one property owner owned half the roadway and the other property owner to the south owned the other half of the roadway, which means both property owners had to be in the same sense of mind to develop this property. Well, this moved forward, and obviously that never happened. I think we all know the Grove, that was in 16. That project just came forward with a lot of issues, developer plan, and then did not have site control of the whole district. And I talk about that ECR, that was a big problem. So this is why the first plan didn't work with the industrial. That's the Oldham Parkway extension where you have property owner A that owned half, property owner B owned the other half. You're immediately stopped. There's no going forward. One property owner had to buy the other one, and it had to be developed by one property owner. So then you look at the Envision LS plan, how did that fall into place? That was something of a vision 10, 15, 20 years ago by the residents here to get to this point. And I think you're spot on with this is, timing is big, but, the luck and the timing that's been created here has been because of that vision that you all put in place to get these properties to the exact point. If that Envision LS plan wouldn't have been in place and the overlay district wouldn't have been in place to secure high-quality users, which is what you wanted here, then we would have been looking at a different project here and a different feel and a completely different situation for all the different properties surrounding it. So Really good situation that the city and its residents put itself in. So how are we complying with the Envision LS plan? We're establishing that high-quality gateway community. We see that on both sides with the renderings. We're promoting walking and bicycling. We're going to get into that in a second, how we kind of changed that and made that better from Streets of West Pryor. The adjacent public park greenway or the civic use, you saw the civic use, and then the diverse range of commercial, residential, and civic uses that are called out in the ADP. Those are all part of this plan. Here's the site plans on both sides. You can see the west side with the field house, that those plans are underway. We have a 5-4 draft house, which is a chicken and pickle concept. That will be starting construction here shortly. Q39 is already underway, Chick-fil-A is underway, and then we will have a exciting announcement here on that corner with a new grocery user. So that will all happen relatively soon. Costco on the corner is in the yellow shade, and then each of the parcels, the red parcels, are the retail and restaurants. You can see the green parcel as our civic and green space, and then the residential in the back in blue. So we've went through a lot of those details already. We can get into those as we get further on. So I know a lot of you have talked about Streets of West Pryor, and if you look at things, and even though that project's been an absolute success, and every one of those users are doing great, and everybody's clamoring to get in there. One of the things as I walk down there, even though you can walk and you can find different pedestrian walkways, it's functional, it works, it's great, but it's not perfect. So how do we get to a spot where it feels better? I want to feel like you're in a very lush landscape, a high-end community. I don't want to use the word Park Place or Leawood Town Center, but I'm going to. I don't like how the buildings that they do put up against the road with no parking, but I do like their landscape. So that is something that I would say that we pulled inspiration from to really make this a much more walkable community. What you see here on this map is 10-foot trails that'll go around every single property. That's not at Streets of West Pryor. It's really not anywhere in the city. And so you technically could be at anywhere in this property on a 10-foot wide trail rather than a 5-foot wide trail. It surrounds each of the parcels. It's not on one side of the road where you have to find maybe a sidewalk on the other side of the road. It's on both. It's landscape double on each side of it. It has a much more green and warm feel. And I think it's just going to really add to the upscale feel here in this development. And that's where we're dovetailing everything with that civic space in the middle and then having the really high-end apartments in the back kind of topping this off. This is just kind of a slice look section, a cross-section look of what the landscaping could look like on both sides. So you're going to have lush boulevards down the middle of the actual Oldham Parkway, and then you're going to have landscaping that is wide on each side of those trails that'll circle each of the lots. We talked briefly about the civic space. This is something that we envision. It's crucial, right? As part of it, some of the incentives are big because of to create green space. So as we look at apartments, I know we talked about apartments tonight. We wanted to create high-end apartments, which included structured parking. And that structured parking allows for that green space rather than having all the parking just spread out onto that green space. That would be the alternative. But as part of that is part of the incentive quest tonight, as part of it all, to make this whole project come together. So you have to look at it as kind of an entire package rather than single-handedly. So we'll get into those details in a little bit. So the development, the city benefits, it achieves the market-driven harmony with Envision LS. It follows those guidelines. It allows the development of property that's been underutilized. This property, like we said, it's a great property, but it could sit here for the next 20, 30 years without having all the restrictions and the problems that we sit here today and look at and say they're done with approval, could go on for a long, long time. So it seizes that critical window. So we have everything in place. So this is the timing part of it. We have Costco. We have all those things buttoned up in a bow to say, yep, we're here. And so, let's just say the project doesn't happen. Those things would have to somehow all come together again from someone else. The ECR going away, the Zoetis property being purchased, the assemblage of all the other parcels. So if you rewind the amount of time required to reassemble and try and recreate where we are today, would take years. So that is the big part of this with the seizing the critical window. So because of you all having that envision, this is the time. So, and then the biggest thing, it creates the new tax revenues for the city and new jobs. So I think we talked briefly about how important the jobs are, they're quality jobs, and then the new tax revenues are extremely substantial here. These are just a couple of the shots. I think this is a really good look at what we talked about density earlier. We looked at apartments versus, you know, let's just say big box retail back there is more density. One of the things that Costco did require was no more retail back there because of the traffic count. So I think as you looked at density, this was the best alternative. And then how do we make this a neighborhood feel, a mixed use, high quality feel? We stair step that back. So one of the questions, just how buildings as they stair step back. I learned a lot of this in New York and Chicago. In some of their midtown districts, they do this. This isn't brand new. This is something they do in high quality midtown districts. They stair step the buildings back. So I think this is a really good touch. That's a very, very high end feel for this center. You should be able to sit in that civic space and not feel like you're towered around by a bunch of walls. It should feel a very, very community, kind of a midtown feel. This is a night shot. This is more of that kind of that civic space. The big thing here is we do have a local coffee shop that we want to have as kind of a meeting and gathering spot. We've been in discussions with them. What would happen here is this would have public restrooms, and then it would also have that coffee shop with a really nice patio where you could either, you know, enjoy this separate from the restaurants or have it as part of really your whole experience. If you lived here, you could come here and then go to eat. This is what the corridor should look like when we're all said and done. This is unbelievable. I look at this and you look at the apartments in the background. It's a really neat touch as they stair step back. I mean, this will look really neat when it's all complete. So Costco on the corner, and then you can see Oldham Village here on the other side of the road. So what does it take to get this done? Obviously, the request for incentives, this is nearly a $500 million project with no incentives. The actual rate of return is 1.06. Tools to fill this gap, we've requested TIF. The TIF on the commercial only, this is a 50% capture to reimburse the project, not 100%. So in a lot of cases you've seen come forward on a lot of your TIF projects, 100% is required, 50% is being asked here to get to our rate of return. The LCRA, this focuses on the sales tax exemption on construction materials. This is that portion that much of it goes back to would go back to the state, so the city is not truly that impacted on it. And then the property tax abatement on the apartments. Using those tools, it gets to an estimated rate of return of 6.72%, allowing us to receive financing on the project. This is just a look at it, run out in an IRR basis. I believe, I don't want to duplicate going through all these numbers, but I believe Baker Tilly will do a complete deep dive into all these numbers. And then I think we just go back to the jobs with Costco. Mr. Cross did a great job already telling you about the jobs. The Costco effect, I do have an article. I wish I would have printed it and brought it to you on that Costco effect. It is fascinating how it talked a lot about how even small businesses truly grow because of Costco coming in town. So it's a different, and it talked about how that didn't happen with Sam's Club and different type of retailers. And a lot of it had to come back to the wage of the employees, of what they're getting paid, and it just hired the bar for what they had in each of those cities. So every 100 jobs equals 122 additional local jobs via supplier and household spending events. These were just some of the stats I think that Steve had already went over. So I guess here's your multiplier. I'm so sorry. Each $1 of wholesale wages generates another 120 in local earnings. So 2.2 times the labor income multiplier. That is from in plan to 2025. It's a publication that we pulled that out of. So here's the benefits to the city. This is the exciting slide. So if you look at the benefit without redevelopment, if we walked away from tonight, the way the land sits today with Zoetis out there, and we just looked at that green space, the city Lee's Summit would benefit about $1 million, $1.1 million, we could call it, over a 30-year period. If we think that Costco is the right approach and the rest of this development makes sense for Lee's Summit, that benefit could exceed $200 million for the city of Lee Summit alone. So nearly $200 million of net benefit to the city of Lee Summit. So I look at this development, you look at some of the past developments that have happened. It's like we were here 25 years ago with Summit Woods when those council members had to make that decision on using TIF at that time. And when they ultimately decided on the project that it made sense, that project ended up being a huge success, and it ended up being a huge feather in your cap, not only for the city of Lee Summit services, but for the school district. And it helped pave the way for new growth throughout Lee Summit as you continued to have more housing. We're here again, that's tonight. So we're literally dealing with PRI that's about to open some of its land. And you're in this same spot as Summit Woods was. Well, that Summit Woods paid off in 13 years. And now it's just pure cash flow to the city. So I think those are the things that are missed when we go out talking about TIFs, talking about the benefits. And I think the biggest thing here is that the developer is taking all the risk. The difference between that, the Summit Woods was a bond. There was risk to the city. The city knew they needed to take risk. It was one of your first developments. That's not what we're requesting here. The developer is taking all the risk. If this goes bad for me, it goes bad for me only. Not you all. It goes bad for you all because you'd get $1.1 million. But if I do my job, like I'm going to say here I'm going to do, the benefit is going to be absolutely substantial to the city. So I think these are the decisions that are really hard, and as we contemplate incentives and we contemplate TIFs and why are they good or bad, you look at Summit Woods, it really is pretty simple. And here we are, we're back in that same situation with Costco, with being one of the strongest drivers in the country. So we did meet with the school district. We had great meetings with Dr. Buck, Dr. Sheldon. Each of those gentlemen were great to deal with. In this case, the school district is going to receive nearly $20 million over the time period here. So again, we're in a really fun and a nice situation to be able to say that everybody benefits here for the good. So here's just kind of the overview again, the way it looks today, the way we think it's going to transpire, but really big night for obviously this whole Gateway District, and I'm happy to answer more questions on the incentives. I know we're going to get into the deep dive, but I think just talking about the benefits of past decisions, and here we are again, are important to this decision. So thank you.
Thank you. On this, we don't usually ask questions until after, but just could you go back one slide?
Yes.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
On this page, the calculation, you're counting sales tax and some property tax, and that's how you're coming up with the Lee Summits.
Correct. This is sales tax and property tax, yes.
And then on the school district, it'd be property tax?
It would be property tax,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Bushek?
All right. David Bushek, Chief Counsel of Economic Development and Planning. Start by entering into the record for this first public hearing exhibits 1 through 12 as they appear in your meeting packet.
Please enter into the record exhibits 1 through 12.
So, reshuffle here. So, order of my presentation, as I mentioned, the first public hearing that we're in now is the LCRA. The LCRA received the plan received a favorable recommendation coming out of the LCRA meeting a couple weeks ago. And then the TIF plan was reviewed by the TIF Commission a couple weeks ago, and that was nearly unanimous vote recommendation of approval by the TIF Commission. And as I mentioned, we'll be talking about both of these incentives in the single public hearing, but I have split it into two major components, so it'll be clear what I'm talking about when we go through this. The first slide then, this is probably the most important slide of my presentation. This is our single-page summary of the incentives. And so with all of the data and all the numbers and all the details, If you get lost and you want to know what this incentive package does, this is the slide. This is the one-page summary of what the incentive does, and I'll walk through each of these components because there's a lot of information packed in here, and I don't cover some of this in ways that I sometimes do in other cases, but I'm going to go through the apartment data in more detail. So the first public hearing we're in is the LCRA plan. There's two components to the LCRA plan. The first is the sales tax exemption on construction materials. That request is 100%, so it would be 100% exemption on construction materials for the entirety of the project. The purpose of that is to reduce the developer costs, not provide a reimbursement source. The calculation of the benefit to the developer is about $10.7 million from that component of the incentives, which is 2.2% of the total project cost down here of close to $500 million, $492 million total project costs. Then the second component of the LCRA is the real property tax abatement on the apartments, and I call it apartments, but there's actually 4 components of the multifamily, which I'll go through in more detail, 3 apartment complexes, and then 1 townhome development. The developer's request is 75% tax abatement on the entirety of the multifamily. So it's not a fixed pilot schedule like you're used to seeing in some cases, but I do have that data point, which I'll cover in a moment. Their request is for 25 years for this component of the incentives, which is the maximum allowed by the Missouri Constitution. Its purpose is also to reduce development costs. The benefit to the developer is about $13 million, which is 2.6% of the total project cost. Then when we get to the TIF plan, it's a single TIF plan, but it has really two components, 2 functions. There's pilots and EATs, and then we split EATs into 2 separate parts for the math. Pilots, that's payment in lieu of taxes, and we've talked about this many times. The base value of the property exists today, and any value added to the property is then eligible for capture into the special allocation fund that would be created by this TIF plan. However, there's a very important data point here that I'll highlight, and that is the developer's only requesting 50% of pilots in this case. That is rare in Lee Summit. The Discovery Park TIF plan was a 75% capture. This is only a 50% capture. Most of our other TIF plans are 100% capture. So what that means is 50% of all the property taxes for all of the property taxing districts will flow through to those districts as normal. So that's the city, the school district, community college, library, et cetera. All of those taxing districts will receive half of all the property taxes generated by this project. That will last for up to 23 years in each of the 5 separate project areas, and that does generate a reimbursement source for the developer. So whereas the LCRA is simply to reduce the developer costs, this provides a reimbursement source to the developer. The pilot component, the property tax component, is projected to generate about $4.7 million for the developer, which is a little less than 1% of the total project costs. Then we get to the economic activity taxes. Those are basically all of the sales taxes and utility taxes, which we don't track. The statute allows for 50% capture of the sales tax generation, and we've broken this into 2 components. It's everything except the new community improvement district, which you've already approved. And then separately, we've calculated the community improvement district and the 50% that would be generated by that. For both of these components then, 50% of all of the other sales taxes flow through to the sales taxing districts as normal, and 50% of the CID taxes will remain as CID sales taxes, and then that component of the incentive package is already established and is split 85-15% between the city and the developer. So the city will be receiving 15% of the uncaptured portion of the CID revenues generated by this project. So we're out of the gate, we'll be generating reimbursement revenue for the city for the original purpose that we established this incentive area, which I'll cover in a moment. And the total benefit to the developer from this incentive package is projected to be about $111 million, which is about 22.5% of the total project costs. Another slide that we'll show you in a moment, which you've seen many times in the past. We've talked about how the typical range of incentives that you've approved across all incentives is between 5 and 25% with some outliers. So this is at the upper end of the range, but it's roughly in keeping with some of the other large incentivized projects that you've approved, such as Streets of West Pryor, Discovery Park, Olden Village, and farther back in history if we want to talk about some of those. So that is the single-page summary of what the incentives provide. Now I'll dig into the LCRA plan. This map, I had several other slides in the first part of this presentation, but I was convinced to cut them down for time. And so we settled on this and the next slide. This is the slide that I showed you 2, maybe 3 years ago. And I kept it exactly as I originally showed you, which was this is the redevelopment area for the LCRA. And at the time, we were talking about a possible CID. You have since approved a CID, which includes property over here and property up here, which we talked about last week. But I wanted to show you this map because this is the established LCRA area that you already approved in 2023 when you approved the plan. And so this particular request tonight is Project 2 within this area. Project 1 was obviously the Oldham Village project that you've already approved and is under construction now. And so the developer's project is the bulk of the remaining area on 291 South in our original LCRA redevelopment area. You will recall that we talked about establishing this area for the city's benefit because construction has started on components of the 291 North interchange project. The city had to pay a little more than $8.1 million to relocate Troop A, and then there were certain cost overruns that need to be also funded by the city, cost overruns that have occurred for this project as compared to the original budget established by MoDOT. And so the incentive package and the CID specifically that I just mentioned is a reimbursement source for the city to pay for these cost overages and the Troop A relocation. So that's how we started. That's how we started talking about this 2 years ago, and this further implementation of that. So now my next slide, if you're under the impression that there's not enough data or we're hiding data about the apartments, this is where you should pay attention. This is in your meeting packet. I've also delivered all of these slides and this discussion to the LCRA board, so this is all a matter of public information and is probably more detailed than you might want, but I will go through it. So I have 4 separate pages for each of the 4 multifamily components. And I'll walk through the first one and then I'll just kind of hit the high points for the next ones. So we're starting with apartment building number 1, which is on developers lot 2 that they already covered as part of their site plan. There's 250 units proposed in apartment building number 1. During the construction period, the sales and use tax exemption would apply to the purchase of construction materials. And then the developer's request is 75% abatement. We've calculated that the effective per door taxes per unit is $617. I'll come back to that in a future slide. But our calculation is that a 75% abatement request means every unit will effectively be paying $617 in taxes. Benefit to the taxing districts. We start with the calculation of what the property is producing today. This is kind of a ballpark estimate on my part. So what I did is I took a look at the county's valuation of the parcel that this apartment parcel will become. And it's about 25% maybe of that lot. So this number down here is my approximation of the revenues that are generated by this piece of property where these units will be located, even though that's just part of a parcel today. So this is an approximation. But you'll see it's about $17,000 generated for the city today. The pilots using this approach, so if you approve a 75% abatement, the pilots flowing to the taxing districts in the first year is $154,000, and over the 25-year life of just this apartment structure, $3.4 million will flow to the taxing districts. And then you see the city's benefit calculation in green here. So that's how the city benefits just from this apartment complex. Value of the apartment abatement to the developer. I broke this down to, again, analyze just this residential component. The total project cost of this first apartment structure, $37.5 million. So if you value the net present value of the abatement the developer's requesting and the value of the sales tax exemption, it's about 19% of this. So if you just isolate this single apartment building and you analyze just the data with this apartment building, this is the total cost, this is the benefit to the developer, and it's about 20% of that total cost, which is separate from the aggregate calculation that I just showed you. And then impact to the city, we've calculated down here. Sales and use tax exemption, the city's is about 24% of the number up here typically. And then the real property tax abatement, the city's impact is about 17%, matching the city's share of every property tax bill that's sent out in Lee Summit. I have a similar sheet for the next 3 apartment components, next 3 multifamily components. So this is number 2. This is building number 2, and I'll just hit the high points. 320 units, same abatement calculations, same per door taxes, approximately the same numbers that I walked through with the taxes being received today, and then our calculation of taxes first year and over the entire life of this apartment project. This one is projected to cost $48 million, and so you have roughly the same calculation as a percentage of the benefit to the developer, and then roughly the equivalent impact to the city down here. And then we go to apartment building number 3, which is 220 units. It's approximately the same information, which I won't repeat, but the data basically scales out to a third apartment project that is projected to cost $33 million. And then the final multifamily component, this is the townhomes, 100 townhome units. They're also requesting 75% abatement because it's higher construction costs and lower units. It's effectively $822 in taxes per unit that would be paid. We can walk through the same analysis, but they're projecting to cost $20 million, and so the developer's portion of the benefit flowing to them scales out to approximately the same as the other 3 apartment complexes. The impact of the city is approximately the same. Final sheet that I have, this is all 4 components all pressed together. One thing that's important to note here is they're not building all 4 multifamily components at the same time. Each one will have its own construction schedule, so it doesn't really work this way. When you look at first-year pilots, this is really an aggregation of year 1 for apartment 1, year 1 for apartment 2, but it won't be the same year. But when you sort of stack all that together, that's what these numbers look like. So you walk through all the analysis, and total cost of the apartment, all 4 apartment components, $138.5 million, and the benefit scales out similar to what I just showed you with the other data. So the data sort of carries forward if you stack all 4 multifamily components together, and it looks about like I showed you. So the key takeaways would be per door for the apartments, $617, per door taxes for the townhomes, $822, and the benefit to the developer for each of these 4 multifamily components is about the same, about 19 to 20% based on the total cost for each of those multifamily components. The next slide that I have, this is some data that was discussed at the LCRA meeting, and I've showed you many times in the past, and I think it's helpful to walk through. I've updated some of this data, which I'll discuss. So what this shows is all of these cities' Chapter 100 apartment projects. This is all of the cities' incentivized residential projects, all of the major ones. I started tracking this data and showing you in this format back in 21. So I kept the 21 data on here, and then so this column is updated as compared to the last time you saw this slide here. Interestingly, some of these values went down, 2 of them went up, but the county has adjusted their valuation of the apartments this year as opposed to just increasing them all by a flat percentage, which we've talked about in the past. Then we have the assessed value. So we looked up the assessed value from the market value. This is the tax bill for each of these apartment complexes. Here's the number of units. And so the key data that we take from all of this is what the taxes would actually be per unit if these were not abated, if there was not an incentive. If these were just on the tax rolls, or when they go back on the tax rolls, assuming the numbers stay about the same, this is what each apartment unit would be paying in taxes for the entire year. Now, we compare that to what you've approved in the past. This is a listing of all of the residential projects that you've approved incentives for, and most of these have a per door fixed pilot. There's one that doesn't, and this one tonight doesn't. This is another example of one that doesn't. But this is the schedule that you've approved over the period of time for all of these residential projects, and you'll see what's happened to the per door pilot unit, and this is the starting per door pilot. I'll note that this was a piece of information specifically requested by the school district as we talk about this tonight. And then I've shown you as a comparison, this is the taxes per unit, and then the status of each project. When we look down here, we will see that the taxes per unit that is projected to be paid from the Oldham Village Apartments, which is this developer's other project on the other side of the highway, was $426. So as a comparison, this is a repeat of the data I just showed you for the 3 apartment components. Per door taxes, $617 is the projection as compared to $426 for the other Drake project across the highway. And then for the townhomes, $822. So that's how this scales out to all of the data for all of the incentivized residential projects you've approved in the past. Oops. What happened there? This table, I won't linger on this. We've seen this many times. This is a listing of all of the primary incentivized projects that the City Council has approved over the last 25 years. And if we focus on the table down here, we can look at the averages. The TIF average, 17.4%, LCRA average 8.8%, and the project average about 16.5%. But this includes all of the much smaller projects and some of the bigger projects. And I think the point of comparison over here would be some of our larger projects such as Discovery Park, Streets of West Pryor, Oldham Village, Summit Woods, Summit Fair. And if I were to go, I won't go through this, but the percentage abatement of some of those larger projects is roughly on par with the 22.5% that we're talking about tonight. And the requested incentive tonight is within the range of what you've approved in the past. This last slide, sorry for jumping around like that. This last slide that I have for the LCRA discussion is a slide that you have seen before with one minor change. And this slide shows you all of the projects where the City Council has approved an abatement package that's equal to or greater than 75%. Green is industrial, yellow is commercial, and red is residential. So you see 3 residential projects that you've approved in the past where abatement has exceeded 75%. John Knox Village, it's in the ballpark of 95%, although there is a payment that's made there that it's sort of a hold harmless payment. So the taxes that were being generated by that property beforehand continue to be paid, and the new value that John Knox Village is adding is at about 95% abatement. Then for the Ellis Glen project that has been completed in the downtown area, that was 75% for 25 years. And then the one we just talked about, this developer's other project on the other side of 291 South, the Oldham Investors project, that residential, that was also 75% for 25 years, which is equivalent to what you're being requested tonight. That's my final slide for the LCRA component, LCRA portion of this presentation. I'll pause and see if you have any questions specifically about this before I move on to the TIF plan.
Okay. Questions on the LCRA portion? Councilmember Rader.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask, if we did not approve the LCRA, are you saying that approximately $24
I don't think you're,
Sorry,
yeah, I don't think
guys,
your
I'm
mic's
sorry.
on.
I said, if we did not approve the LCRA tonight, do I understand that around $24 million would be deleted from the incentive request?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the developer would not realize this benefit from, to make sure I understand your question, if
Yeah.
the apartments were not incentivized but still built, or just not built?
Right, not incentivized.
Yeah, the developer would not realize this benefit here.
And then on that slide that Mr. Pennington brought forth on the taxing jurisdiction slide, and he said that we would realize a $200 million benefit. When would we realize that?
I think that's their projection over the entire life of this incentive package. And so it's probably in the ballpark of 30 years when you factor in that not everything is going to be constructed in year 1, but certain components will be constructed in year 2, 3, 5, et cetera. So I think that is a projection of about 30 years.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Pennington, I know you mentioned you have some of your construction experts here, but you could probably answer this. So on the LCRA, we're giving a sales tax exemption on construction materials. How much of that construction material was actually purchased in Lee Summit? I probably know the answer to this, but I'm going to say it's
a really hard one to just pinpoint, but I mean, if you wanted to just, like a ballpark would be under 10% for sure.
Yeah, so this is going outside.
Yeah.
Probably 80 to 90% of these purchases are happening outside of Lee Summit anyway.
Yeah, outside the state even, right? So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Shields.
Thank you. Just kind of to follow up on Councilmember Funk's question, but is this sales tax or sales and use tax exemption. And we're taking both of those into account.
Yes, it would be sales and use tax exemption, and that is because I have the answer to the previous question. The developers modeled that, your question, developers modeled that 6% of the purchases would be inside the city, 30% in the county, 35% in the state and the county, and then 65% out of state. So that's the full answer to your question, and that's also the answer to your question. It does apply to the use tax because they're projecting that 65% of their purchases will be out of state, and that's the city's use tax that would be abated, and that's what matters to you the most, I think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bushek? So you, you paused on the
Yes.
LCRA, and I just want to make sure everybody's kind of clear, because there's a TIF behind it. The TIF is 50%, this is, the LCRA is 75%. The summary, though, like, I'm sorry, just to kind of,
Yeah, sure.
I'm trying to think which slide, 11 was where you combined all the,
Yeah.
that's, would you call that the summary of the LCRA?
Yes.
And so it's a 19.
As far as the apartments go, that's correct.
Yeah, it's a 19.3%.
Yes,
And then on the TIF, when you get to that summary, it's going to be a 22%.
correct. I think it's more like 17% for the TIF, but altogether, 22 and a half, I think the TIF alone is 17%.
17 and 19,
I'll show you that data in just a minute.
All
It's
right. All right.
I'm not explaining the math very well.
that's fine. I'll wait then. Thank you.
Okay, so now to move on to the TIF plan discussion. So we start with the required findings, and this is where we drill down on some of the information that's relevant to both of these incentive packages, but I focus my presentation on the factual findings that you need to make, which are in the ordinance if you approve it, to approve this TIF plan. So we need to find that it's a blighted area. We'll talk about the but-for test, consistency with the comprehensive plan, and then I'll just say the various other factors which are typically not as significant. The but-for is usually where we have most of the discussion. So we start with the blight finding. You've already declared this area to be blighted. The City Council did back in 2014. There was an amendment in 2015. The developers also submitted a blight study as part of this TIF plan, and they have advanced that all three of the primary blight components, which are in the statute, are present in this case, and then I included on this slide a table that is in their blight study, which shows the math for each of the various parcels and what percentage they deem to be blighted. Also, economic underutilization is certainly a factor, and it's a defensible factor for a blight finding. One of the things that we've talked about extensively in the past is the city's sort of unwritten policy is exactions and requiring developers to build the public improvements that the city hasn't built when a project comes forward. And so that is the factor that, in my mind, leads to economic underutilization and largely why properties like this have been vacant while the entire city's built up around it for the most part. And so economic underutilization is certainly a factor that can be taken into account with the blight finding. This is the map that applies to the LCRA blight finding that the City Council's made in the past. So I know you're familiar with the Highway 50 corridor and the 291 corridors. The property down to the south, it's already been declared blighted. And then this property is right in here, which we've seen on many other maps. So this property's already been declared blighted by the City Council. It doesn't seem like the blight finding is much of a concern in this case. Second finding, but for and financial feasibility. And this is where a lot of the discussion usually happens. We call it the but-for test because sort of colloquially everybody says, but for the use of TIF, this project wouldn't happen. That's what that means. But the statute actually says there's two parts to it. Redevelopment area has not been subject to growth and development through investment by private enterprise. That is certainly the case at the moment, today. And part two would not reasonably be anticipated to be developed without the adoption of tax increment financing. That's the actual statutory language that we call the but-for test. So we analyze the financial feasibility also. There's a companion requirement in the statute that says sufficient information from the developer needs to be delivered to the TIF Commission, that meeting's already happened, to evaluate whether the project is proposed as financially feasible, and they've already made their recommendation to you. This is where I would go into some detail summarizing the Baker Tilly Municipal Advisors is the city's financial advisor that we've engaged to analyze this, and they've done a full report for you, which is in your meeting packet. And we have a set of slides and a sort of side presentation that I'm going to ask Baker Tilly to come up here and deliver to you now, and then I'll come back to my slides and finish. So I'm going to jump over to their slides and turn over the podium to them for a few minutes.
All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name's Colby Krasnowski with Baker Tilly Municipal Advisors. As David mentioned, we're going to go over our but-for report and presentation for you right now. This is the same presentation originally given to the TIF Commission, so we'll get started. I'm going to have a light touch on the project overview since we've all heard quite a few details about the project tonight. I think at this point we are familiar with the timelines. We're looking at about 125 acres with 2027 to 2033, a combination of wholesaler sites, multifamily townhomes, and a number of commercial pads that the applicant is going to develop as part of this project. And there's been some discussion about similarities between this project and the streets of West Pryor as well. Gave some good precedent data. There's been quite a lot of discussion about the actual figures, the total values of the incentives, and how much those values factor into the project. 50% TIF on property and sales for up to 23 years, which is the statutory limit for TIF. A CID sales tax on the property for up to 27 years, which is the statutory limit at 1%, and then an LCRA abatement for 75% of the property taxes on only the apartment units within the district. To dovetail onto some of David's comments, we did review the projections for the proposed incentives and analyze the net present value as presented by the developer, and our values matched very closely to theirs. We found that their assumptions were reasonable when calculating these figures. As for the incentive boundaries, there was some discussion already on this. The tax increment financing district we see here, as well as the LCRA redevelopment district. And I won't repeat the discussion on the various project activations, but we are discussing the LCRA within that boundary. As mentioned, getting through the project details quickly, the meat of our presentation is really in relation to the but-for analysis. David defined it earlier. We are looking at an analysis that considers the likelihood that the project would occur without the incentives as proposed by the applicant and within the current market. And we take a couple of different methods for evaluating those metrics. One thing that's important to note is this is not a market feasibility study, as in a study that would evaluate whether or not there is sufficient appetite for the development to be absorbed within the community that it's being developed in. That's a different exercise. This is an evaluation of the specific questions as they relate to the but-for test and the underlying assumptions for those as well. The next important note is that we are using the best information available to us at this time for developments of this size and complexity. There is obviously a number of unknowns that we do our best to validate, sensitize, evaluate, and scrutinize all of the assumptions, but we obviously are working with the information we have today. The results will vary in the future as the economy grows around this development. One additional point that we'll touch on here, and again at the end of the analysis, is Baker Tilly is the city's financial advisor. We have no financial interest or interest otherwise in the project other than doing the tasks set forth for us to do by the City of Lee's Summit. I'm going to spend a little bit of time here just because I think that the 5 points to our analysis are important for understanding exactly what we've produced here. The first is that we evaluate the applicant's estimated project costs. Obviously, the need or financing gap is highly contingent on what it costs to construct the project in the current market. So we take a very close look at all of the assumptions that go into that. We also evaluate the estimated project revenues. This is a combination of experience, but more importantly, a number of different available sources of information that give us a good idea of what projects in similar markets, of similar sizes, of similar compositions make in each of their individual components. The third is a little bit cryptic, so I'm going to take some care in explaining. When we compare projects like this to what investors expect across the economy at large, we standardize the projects to understand exactly what a 10-year period of returns for this project and then a hypothetical sale at the end would look like. And that hypothetical sale really just considers all future value of the revenues of the project at the end of that period. So it is a standardization of methodology that is essential for comparing this to larger investor data sets like the PricewaterhouseCoopers survey, where investors provide data on the kind of investments they're looking to finance. Fourth, we are determining the internal rate of return without the incentive. That is the scenario without incentive that the but-for is interrogating, and that internal rate of return is the methodology used by investors nationally to understand projects of similar kinds. One note here is this project is a mixed use. There are multiple rates of return. We use a blended rate of return to understand each of the project's components and its return rates as it relates to investor expectations writ large. The fifth is that we compare that internal rate of return without incentive to investor expectations. As I'd mentioned in the previous points, this is where we get to that answer of, but for the incentive, would the project go forward in the current market? And we're going to dive into that. For the project costs, these are the costs as presented by the applicant for their development, the largest of which understandably is the building construction costs, followed by the site work costs, which we commonly encounter as being two of the largest categories. There's been a lot of discussion as to the cost of the projects. I won't dwell too much here, but I think the applicant can probably answer some questions about the construction costs. One important point for our analysis and really the conclusion is that by and large we found a lot of the costs very reasonable, and we'll have some further detail in the next set of slides here. And we'll go through it use by use to show and discuss exactly where we arrived on these. First and foremost, the multifamily, we had a budgeted cost per square foot of $357 per square foot. This is on the high side of the rental market. We evaluated this to be higher. We use a number of different methods, but paramount among them is RS Means, which is a construction forecasting software that shows us what comparable developments of comparable material types would look like. And we got a market cost between $259 and $279. It's important to note that we can use third-party data sets and estimators, but there will be unique per site construction considerations that we won't be able to capture, and we work through those variances with something we call a sensitivity analysis, which I'll discuss a little bit later in the presentation. For the townhomes, the proposed budget was $197 per square foot. We got $167. The additional cost of parking, as with the apartments, explains some of the variance. Here it explains by and large all of the variance. For the commercial components, we get $197 per square foot, and we saw $192 per square foot on average, which puts it in the category of being very reasonable. Next is the site work. We look at a market standard of between 10 and 15% for site work. Site work is highly variable depending on the conditions, but the site work totaled 12% of the total project cost, which we consider to be very reasonable. For land acquisition, we compared the information provided by the applicant to CoStar, a real estate service, and the applicant proposed $5.83 per square foot. CoStar was 3.23. There was not an appraisal available for our analysis for robust comparison, but we also need to consider that land sells for what land sale is a negotiated process, and ultimately the price of the land is what it's sold for. When evaluating the project revenue, we have some comparisons used from CoStar. The gross revenue as proposed was $2.08, and we saw that the surrounding market revenue was between 1.3 and 1.69. And if we look at that, really all this means is that the applicant may be overstating their return slightly based on the revenues, but it is within a reasonable range considering the type of development. And for the commercial rents, we have a comparable variance where there may be a small overstatement of return in certain areas of the development, but that really would be the applicant potentially overstating some return rather than understating it. We did make some variations to the terminal capitalization rate, increasing it from 5 to 7%, again, based on some interpretations of other market data. And we left the multifamily capitalization rate unchanged. And now for the conclusion of the but-for analysis, this is the slide we're really working towards throughout the bulk of this presentation. We used the PricewaterhouseCoopers Real Estate Investor Survey, third quarter of 2025, and this represents the blended rate of return. That is the combination of all the different analyses for the different project components. And we determined the project is unlikely to proceed, but for the requested incentive. Our analysis and some of our updates based on the data we reviewed showed that there would be a project return without incentive of almost 0%, right at 0.2%, and with incentives it is just above the lower boundary of the range, which is 6.5% on a lower boundary of 5%. The top of that range is 9%. We identified that the challenges shown is the extensive site work, blight remediation on the site, and the significant cost of public infrastructure improvements associated with serving the site. I mentioned a sensitivity analysis. When we have assumptions that vary from what we see in our data, we know that some information may not be available. We don't want to take everything at face value. We try to sensitize that assumption by showing what if certain variables were increased in the applicant's favor, and what if on both the cost of land, which was one assumption, we did not have enough data to pinpoint exactly what they provided us, and another was for the cost of the multifamily construction. And our analysis showed that even if we took the cost of the multifamily construction down to the ranges that we identified with our data, we would still be very much a sub-market rate return, even taking those costs all the way down to the lower bound of what we found to be a reasonable construction cost. That's the conclusion of our presentation on the but-for analysis. Unless there's any questions, I'll turn it back over to David.
Okay. I'm going to mess your name up. Krzyzanowski, is that right? Mr. Krzyzanowski?
Exactly right.
All right. So what questions for Mr. Krzyzanowski from council? Councilmember Shields.
Could you go back one slide?
Yeah.
So basically, what you're saying here is, like, if you said the land was cheaper, so their costs overall were lower, it'd mean that their return is better, right? Like that if you pay less for the land and you bring in the same amount of revenue, you're making more money, right?
We're evaluating whether that is true and also the extent of the change.
But I mean, but that's why you're saying, like, why when you go from $5 a square foot down to $3.50 a square foot, your rate of return goes up by definition, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the same on the other side, if your construction cost goes from $357 a square feet, if you're able to do it for $260, your rate of return also goes up, right?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand, like, this chart. So it's like if you go to the bottom right-hand corner, that's the maximum return that you could get if you were assuming that they were getting the land way cheaper and constructing it way cheaper, and they were saying, and it's still not enough. Like, you'd expect, what's the market expect, like 6% plus?
6% is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And your interpretation is correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rader.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. Would the new regional sanitary sewer system that was incentivized and put in Oldham East, wouldn't that impact the blight on this property, since this property will be utilizing that? Can you answer that question?
I will refrain because we don't do blight study. Blight study was not part of the task.
Oh, I thought it was. Okay. Then I'll wait. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Could you go back one more slide? This is kind of your conclusion page. It's kind of a small graphic, so I just want to make sure everybody kind of is following. So the very bottom down there where it says 0, thank you, sir. That's where when we started this LCRA presentation, the developer actually came out and said that they were at 1% or less on a rate of return with regard to without incentives. And then I think they said on their slide, it was a pretty simple slide, it was 7% was what they projected, I think, possibly, as the rate of return with incentive. You're saying it's probably, if anything, they might have concluded a little bit, been optimistic on some of their revenues, so they're at 0% without the incentive based on your projections and all the different tools that you're using. And then that middle number, that middle orange one where it says project internal rate of return with incentive 6.51 is your approximate. That's their 7%.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. And then basically the range there is your, depending on kind of like what Councilmember Shields was saying, the variances that could change that could be up or down. Okay. And then you guys spend a lot of time on this. You're considered, I just want to make sure everybody understands, you're considered, and you consider yourself a third-party objective person that's matching their numbers up for us that's not on our staff. Is that a good way of describing what you do?
Yes, we have, our only interest in the project is to work as the financial advisor on the behalf of the city.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mayor Protem Lopez?
Mayor, I just have a question. I'm not sure if you or Mr. Bush can answer this question. So along the same kind of line of questioning that the mayor was going down, so going forward, this is just the but-for now, pre-development. So once the project is up and going, I know there's different phases, who monitors that going forward? Is that something you're still involved with that, or Mr. Bushek? I'm not sure, as from the city perspective.
I'll let David answer
Sure,
that.
thank you.
So the answer to that question, I think, is yes, the city. There's two contract provisions that are primarily at issue here. One is a ratio, which is the developer needs to prove to us what cost they've incurred to build the project. And we establish in the contract a ratio of their cost to the incentivized value. And the goal is to make sure that as they build out the project, that ratio stays the same so we're not over-incentivizing. There's a second contract provision which sets a maximum of their rate of return. It's more favorable than this range you're seeing here, but if they realize substantially more return than beyond this range, the TIF contract provision essentially ratchets the abatement, not the abatement, the reimbursement value down, so we stay within this range of return for the developer.
Okay, I appreciate that. So then you would go ahead and make the comment that there are checks and balances.
Yes.
And accountability.
Yes, that's the intention of those contract provisions.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Grzanowski. And we're going to keep going with Mr. Bushek now.
Okay, and I can try to answer the last two questions a little bit more. In the financial advisor world, there's really two types of financial advisors, the way I think of it. There's actual financial advisors for the city, and then there's underwriters. If the city is issuing debt, we typically engage an underwriter to sell that debt to the people that actually buy the bonds from the city. An underwriter does not have a fiduciary responsibility to the city. The city's financial advisor, like Baker Tilly tonight, they do have a financial fiduciary responsibility to the city, as opposed to if they were to be in an underwriter role, which is selling our bonds. That's not the case here. We're not talking about debt. And so the answer is yes, they do have a fiduciary responsibility to the city in the analysis they provided to us tonight. And then Councilmember Rader, to answer your question on the blight, I think my best answer would be yes, a tiny bit. So your question was, does the sewer improvements that the developer has to make in connection with the project on the west benefit this project and therefore reduce the blight? That's what I took your question. The answer is, yeah, maybe a little bit. It enhances the viability of the property, but the blight finding the city council previously made is still in effect. The blight study and all of the factors that are set forth in that blight study are still in effect. The fact that they will be funding sewer improvements for the Olden Village project, which benefit this project solves a little bit of that, but most of it, no. It doesn't solve the blight problem. That's my answer to that question. Okay. I'm going to flip back over to my slides here and continue. Just a few more slides here. So the next factor is conformance with the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission reviewed Phase 1, which is the zoning you've already heard tonight, and they recommended approval to you, which you're familiar with. The entire redevelopment area was discussed, and it's very clear when we look at the map on the next page that the comprehensive plan, the Ignite comprehensive plan, which I won't get tired of talking about, does call for mixed-use development in this area, and this is a page from the land use map. It calls for mixed use in all of this area, and obviously this project carries out and is consistent with the comprehensive plan. And you've already passed judgment on the Phase 1 of the zoning also, which reinforces that finding. And then the final few findings, it won't last for more than 23 years within any project area. There is a relocation plan that's been prepared. Cost-benefit analysis has been prepared, and that's included in the meeting packet, and there's obviously no gambling establishment. Those are the other findings that you need to make. The plan does include the other required plan components, and this is just my way of demonstrating that this is a complete TIF plan that is ready for your action if you choose to do so tonight. This is one of the final slides, and Mayor, this answers the question that you were speaking to earlier. Our economic development incentive policy expresses a preference for TIF, which is less than 25%. If you tally up the pilot and EATS components that I talked about in the previous slide, the developer's request just from the TIF plan is 17.7%. So if you just approve the TIF, it would provide 17.7% benefit to the developer as compared to their total project cost. And then all of the incentives, LCRA and TIF combined, that's the 22.5% that you saw earlier on that slide. And then I also mentioned the two TIF contract control mechanisms in response to your question, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Those are the two that I just talked about. We have historical TIF data that we can also look to, and we have the East Village slide, the East Village project down here. I've actually already talked about this. If you compare this to Oldham Village and Discovery Park, Streets of West Pryor, some of our other significant TIF projects, you'll see that the TIF incentive abatement is higher than some of the others, and this one is within the range of what you've approved in the past as a point of comparison. And then this is the same table you've already seen. This is my final slide, which I'll end with. This is the value of the incentive package to the developer. And then I will end with a few additional thoughts based on the discussion that's occurred tonight, a few other items that I can throw in. Risk analysis. What is the risk analysis for the city? The city is not being requested to issue debt. This is a pay-as-you-go incentivized project, which means if the developer doesn't produce, they don't receive the reimbursement. The city is not obligated to pay any reimbursement to the developer unless they produce it. The city is not being requested to issue any debt, and so to the extent that the project does not proceed, is not a success, as the developer represented to you, that's largely on them from a financial perspective. The city won't be out any money, so to speak, because we're not issuing any debt, and so there won't be any default on any debt because that's not the request. Obviously, whenever you approve an incentive package, you want to see the project built, but the requirements that we impose through our contracts on a pay-as-you-go arrangement is typically different than bonds. If we were issuing bonds, we absolutely would make sure that the project is going to be built. Otherwise, we wouldn't issue the debt. However, the equation is a bit different. If the developer is assuming all the risk, they have to generate the project and produce the revenue for them to be reimbursed. And they also have to generate project to realize the abatement benefit. Otherwise, there's no benefit to the abatement. There's nothing that they're saving because they're not building anything. So on the risk calculation, it's substantially on the developer, and it's fairly minimal on the city because we're not issuing any debt. These incentives, both the TIF plan and the LCRA, do not raise any taxes. The only tax that's actually been raised has already occurred, which is through the Community Improvement District. You've already approved a CID, which includes the entirety of this project. There will already be an extra 1 cent sales tax applied at every cash register, regardless of whether you approve these two incentives. If you don't approve the TIF plan and you don't approve the LCRA, that CID is already in effect. There's already a 1 cent sales tax that's already added that will happen when the cash registers go into effect at the retailers, but these incentives that you're evaluating tonight independently don't raise any taxes. Also, they don't affect any property outside the geographic boundaries of this area. So the TIF area and the LCRA area are exactly the geographic boundaries that we've been talking about. It doesn't affect any other property in the city. We're not TIFing residential, meaning the abatement is the only incentive that's applied to the residential, the 4 residential components, but we're not TIFing the residential, which is which can be a topic of discussion. On the issue of notice, there was a comment about maybe lack of notice and not knowing what's happening tonight. I could list all of the notices we've issued to bring these projects to you. There was a 45-day notice for the TIF plan, a 30-day notice to the property owners, 2 notices in the newspaper for the zoning. There's a notice in the newspaper. There's mailing to the adjacent property owners. There's a neighborhood meeting, and there's posting on the property. For the LCRA, there's 2 publication notices before this hearing tonight. We had the TIF Commission hearing. We had the LCRA hearing. There's been a lot of notice leading up to these proceedings tonight. That's it. Those are the only other notes that I made through the discussion as I heard some other points tonight. So I will conclude with that and be happy to answer questions further or listen to your discussion.
Okay, well, before we go around to council for questions, let me just ask you quickly. The reason I asked about the 22%, because I knew about this slide, and this slide takes all of them and puts them together, whereas
Yes.
early in the presentation, you had spreadsheets where you took like an apartment building
Yes.
and multifamily building, and you said, okay, this is the incentive that goes towards it. So the percentages were different because you were segmenting it
Correct.
out.
Yep.
And you were not doing it based on the total cost of the development. So you're talking about $492 million development, half $500 million here. So that's why what I was asking.
Yes.
So I can see it clearly here. I've seen this type of slide quite a few times, or similar to it, but given that we're using LCRA, they didn't go with the 100% TIF reimbursement. They went with the 50%, but then they went with the LCRA as another reimbursement. So it's just how they're structuring it.
Yes.
And then I guess, given all of that, before you walk out of here, in case nobody asks questions, because you have done a lot of due diligence on this and a lot has gone into this, TIF reimbursable expenses, like the money gets, the TIF and the LCRA are different, but LCRA is, let's start with there. LCRA is for blight. And so and I don't need a list of 10 things, Mr. Bushek. I know that you can go on and on, but give me 3 or 4 things that are considered blight and make this eligible for LCRA.
Yes. So the blight finding that's made for the LCRA and the TIF plan are identical. There used to be different definitions of blight across the various statutes that use blight.
Yep.
And about 5 or so years ago, the Missouri legislature amended everything, so there's one definition of blight. It's in the TIF Act, and then all of these other tools refer to that
Okay.
blight test. So there's one blight test,
Right.
and this is essentially it right here. So these are the 3 primary factors on which the city council can make a blight finding in any situation. Unsanitary or unsafe conditions, deterioration of site improvements, conditions which endanger life or property, and then those are the stated ones in the statute. And there's also this concept of economic underutilization and the fact that the property's not being put to the highest and best use. It's remained vacant for a substantial period of time, and it's not likely to be developed anytime soon unless you go through all of the analysis that we did tonight and you go through the but-for test and you determine, yes, incentives are needed. So the answer to your question is, here's the primary factors. I would have to ask the developer to come up and speak about
No,
specific
I don't need
parcels
that. I
if
just
you
want
want
conceptually,
more.
because then you've got the LCRA, which is a tax abatement, but then the TIF is a tax is a reimbursable tax. So we actually collect the taxes on that one and then redirect it to the developer for reimbursement for reimbursable expenses.
Yes.
Yes, blight related, but reimbursable expenses for things such as sewer and, public improvements, correct?
Yes.
roads.
So I can show you precisely what the developer's request is in that regard. So this is the budget page
Yep,
from the TIF plan.
right.
So this answers your question in as much detail as we can tonight. The developer, obviously the mouse doesn't work for this. So total project cost here, and then this is the reimbursable project cost category. And so each of these numbers here, if you approve this TIF plan, and if this gets carried forward exactly like this into the TIF contract, these are the items that would be reimbursable to the developer after they incur the costs and demonstrate to the city they've incurred the costs.
Okay. Thank you. Questions from council for Mr. Bushek at this time? Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I want to start with kind of a follow-up to what the mayor was saying just now, that I understand there's, a list of specific things that they can get reimbursed for, but part of what I want to understand is, what are the extraordinary costs of this development related to remediating blight or installing public infrastructure that maybe make it more expensive than it would have been otherwise, and therefore decrease the return on investment here? So like, how much are they spending to put in public roads? How much are they spending to put in public sewer lines? That kind of thing.
I don't have in my head the answer to that question that I can give you right now. I probably have to turn to the developer to give you an itemization of what they think each public improvement, what each traffic improvement costs. I think they have that data. I don't. I certainly don't in my head up here. But I think it would be the traffic improvements, the sewer improvements, some of the demolition and building removal that they described to you in some of their maps. There's still remnants of buildings that are in the ground. They have to underground certain utilities. And then also, so that's one of the two primary components.
They've touched on those in the public hearing, so I have sort of an idea of what they are, but I wasn't really sure what the magnitude was. Is it appropriate for the developer to address some of that at this point?
Yeah, that's a fair question.
Sure.
Yeah, the magnitude on the public improvements is extremely extensive. Just for instance, when we were in here for the conceptual and we redid the traffic study with Costco's traffic study, those public improvements just on 291 and the 16th Street, that increased by more than $7 million. So it's in the tens of millions of dollars just for the public infrastructure to get this project to forward. So there are some other items that are the part of these reimbursable project costs, like the Zoetis part of the building. You're bringing it down an existing building to turn it back to greenfield, right? And then the ECR problems that come with that. So it's just a mixture of a bunch of different costs that come into it that bring this back to greenfield and put all the public infrastructure.
And I think you talked about burying power lines and where there's some old storage tanks that needed to get removed and that kind of thing.
That's all part of it, yeah. That's all part of the remediation, yeah.
Okay, well, that's helpful. I mean, the more detail we have, it helps to understand when we're looking at an incentive like this. Part of what I want to understand as I make a decision is, what's the public benefit that I see? I want, as we've already expressed in the prior public hearing, like I want Costco and this development to happen, but what benefit is the public seeing in terms of curing this blight and kind of under the spirit of the law? So that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then I guess maybe this would be, I was going to talk a little bit about kind of the true blight nature of this, and I think we sort of touched on, Mr. Bush, there's a legal definition of blight, and we've talked about this before, that there's, it can be things as simple as it's a greenfield site that could be utilized better, but we've also talked about kind of the spirit of the statute that we're trying to fix a truly blighted area. Would you feel like this, obviously this fits the legal definition, we've already declared it blighted, but do you feel like it also fits kind of the spirit of that definition, that there really are extraordinary site issues that are going to be remediated here?
Yes, I think that is the case with the items that the developer has to fund to get the project out of the ground, the extra costs that they have to, like was just described, to get it back to a greenfield state. And then also, I think an important component of your line of questioning, it's not just to deal with extraordinary costs and the extra public improvements, but also reach a rate of return that's acceptable. And so if you were to sort of boil it down, the two main reasons why anybody would request TIF reimbursement is what you're talking about: extraordinary costs, extra public improvement costs that the city's essentially saying you have to fund because the city hasn't funded it yet. The city's not going to fund it. And secondly, the rate of return. What does it take to get the project to a rate of return to induce the developer to actually do it?
And it seems like those are connected, right? Because
Yes.
if there were no extraordinary site costs, it would cost less development to develop this, and they would get a better rate of return. If they
Right.
didn't have to install public streets and underground power lines and remove all this stuff, it would just naturally have a higher rate of return, but that cuts into the profit, basically.
Correct.
Okay. And then that was kind of leading to my next question, which is the rate of return. So what the developer presented, what our independent financial analyst presented, were somewhere between like less than 1% to a little over 1% rate of return. And I think our financial analyst said that kind of like a 6% is about what the market expects. And that's like because there's some risk here, right? And like if you took your money and just put it into a 10-year treasury bill, you'd get about 4% right now, right? So an investor could look at it and say, like, with zero risk, I can get 4%, so you need to deliver me more, or I'm not going to make you a loan. Is that basically the thought process?
Yeah, that's exactly it. The rate of return for a project like this, what does it take to induce the developer to go through all of the work to develop property and all of the work that goes into that? How are they making money? But also, how are they making money as they are the developer of the project, but at the back end, the hypothetical sale that our financial advisor talked to you about, in the scenario of a hypothetical sale after 10 years, what does it take to induce them to actually build this project under the assumption that they could hypothetically sell it in 10 years and actually make money? And what's the level at which they would bother to do the project? And that was the financial advisor analysis. In their analysis, it needs to get up into that range they showed you, that colored range, for the developer to undertake the project. That's what the
Right.
analysis
Otherwise,
is.
they'd be better off just parking their money and
Investing in something else.
Yeah, okay. And then, we've talked about the but-for test and like that this, would this develop or not without this? And it's, it's brought up sometimes, well, this is a prime location, it would develop eventually. And like, to me, there's two parts of that, right? One is, it is a good location, but does require significant remediation, right? And then the other one is like, we lose something as a city if this doesn't develop immediately, right? Like if the longer we wait, like we have maybe net present value isn't the right way to put it, but like if this doesn't develop for another 10 or 20 years, we're losing out on 10 or 20 years of revenue that we could have been seeing during that time period, right?
There's that, and I think the other factor is this situation feels very similar to Streets of West Prior in that the city wanted to see that property developed. There were extraordinary costs associated with developing that property. But one of the biggest factors was, is there somebody out there who can actually purchase all the property and put a big project together? And so where my thinking goes is, and I think this is what you're asking, if not this project, then what? Well, maybe it would eventually develop. It seems unlikely that it would be
Maybe not
developed in a
next year.
holistic fashion as a single large project in multi-phases. I think that's always a factor. And that was the main impediment that the city was running in, the main problem, not impediment, I guess, that the city was running into with Streets of West Prior until Drake assembled all the property and had a single large project to bring to the city that was sufficient. I feel like this is very similar to that. And now I'm getting back to the answer to your question, I think. If not this project, then yes, this might develop eventually, but it's probably going to be a lot more piecemeal. And we had seen some proposed developments that individual owners that they're now purchasing from were proposing for their individual parcels, and it would be much more fragmented, I think.
And harder to master plan. Like that's
Yes.
something we talk about in these sometimes, that it's
Yes.
better for everyone if you can do all the sewer at once and all the streets at once. You can
Yes, the
put
economy
together
of scale
plans.
is
Yeah, you have economy
definitely
of scale
benefits.
and more cohesive development, right?
Yes, I would
Okay.
agree with that.
And then I guess the last thing I wanted to touch on was just generally how these incentives work, which is, like you said, we're not writing a check. We're not issuing debt, so we're not issuing bonds that the city has to pay back or is ever on the hook for. It's basically like if right now the property tax is based on the fact that it's vacant, blighted land, right? So it's generating very little in property taxes every year.
Yes.
And if it develops, then the property tax bill goes way up. Like if you build a beautiful house, the county, we hope, eventually comes around and raises your tax bill. And we're saying, you know, right now it's giving us nothing in tax revenue, or basically nominal tax revenue.
Nominal, right.
So we're saying we'll give you back some of that increase in we'll basically knock some off your tax bill if you'll develop it, because it's a better deal for us that we're going to see revenue, we're going to see this property developed, the infrastructure installed. We're not, we call this a cost because it's tax revenue that if there wasn't an incentive we'd be getting, but really we wouldn't be getting, the taxing jurisdictions wouldn't be getting $110 million. They'd probably be getting basically nothing because the property is just sitting vacant, right?
I think that is the proper way to look at this. If you agree with the but-for finding, if you agree that this property won't actually develop without the use of incentives, then the response would be you're not, the city and all the other taxing districts are not really foregoing anything because no development will happen and the taxes will be nominal, as compared to what you're pointing out, which is, yes, there's some benefit to the developer. And so back to your question, yes, 75% tax abatement, but 25% flows to the taxing districts, 50% both for sales taxes and property taxes in the TIF area, but 50% flows to the sales taxing and the real property taxing districts. And our economic development incentive policy expresses this, the specific phrasing that you've used, that we've used in the incentive policy is tax stabilization. There's two places in the incentive policy which says most favorable consideration will be given to projects that provide tax stabilization, which is what you're asking about, which we've defined in the policy as immediate tax benefit. So under each of these incentive packages, 25% and 50% sales taxes and property taxes flow through to all the taxing districts from day one. I think that's the answer to your question.
And so especially like if you're someone like the school district, I see we have a representative from school district in the room, that right now, yeah, they might have to provide some additional services if there are some families live in these apartments, send kids to schools, but they're going to see a significant revenue from this that will help fund schools. Like right now, it's generating nothing for the schools. After this, it would generate something.
Substantially
right?
more,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, I think those are all my questions. Thank you. I'm sorry I droned on a little
okay.
bit long, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions and comments? Not comments, but questions for Mr. Bushek? I was going to just try to point out in your spreadsheets what Councilmember Shields was talking about. Because of the schools and for the schools, they're a good partner, and we are trying to be. But I can save some of that for comment for outside of the public hearing. She kind of went deep into it. She did. She went pretty deep. So. No, you did good. Where are we then? Any more before I go to public comments or the public? Okay, then I will ask at this time, is there anyone who wishes to speak for or against the application? Please come forward. Yes, sir.
You know, since the CID was covered, I just want to briefly address what the city attempted to do with the CID concerning Hy-Vee. It was truly appalling, not just because you guys were willing to increase food prices on the residents of Lee Summit.
I'm
in opposition, and this is part of the reason.
Yeah, but we're not doing a CID tonight. We're doing
It was covered.
Mr. Head?
Mayor, this hearing is specifically about the LCRA, not about CID.
And TIF. I think we could talk TIF too, because that's going to be on there.
LCRA or TIF, although you will have another public hearing. David will open another public hearing, introduce all of this evidence, and there will be another opportunity for the public to testify at that hearing on TIF as well.
Okay. I'll let you go ahead, Mr. Alto.
Do you guys want to hear it now, or do you want to wait? I won't speak again if we do it now. It's up to you.
You go right ahead, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll start over. Since the CID was covered, I just want to briefly address what the city attempted to do with this CID concerning Hy-Vee. You know, I think it was truly appalling, not just because you were willing to increase food prices on the residents of Lee Summit, but also because you attempted to force Hy-Vee to subsidize development for a competitor. And Beto, you spoke earlier tonight about not wanting to snub companies who wish to invest in Lee Summit. But Hy-Vee has been investing in Lee Summit for years, and none of you had any issue with treating them so poorly that they were forced to sue the city and, of course, win. So I'm just a little bit annoyed that you guys would feel comfortable sitting up there and grandstanding about respect for businesses after displaying such horrid behavior towards one of our longstanding businesses through the course of this project. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Giddings? Yep.
Debbie Giddings, I will speak to the LC, whatever it is, it's late. The South LCRA redevelopment plan. Back in September 24th to be exact, Mr. Bushak, there was a meeting, and he said that we could develop this plan to design to solve a couple of funding issues on the North 291 intersection. So it was created by city staff for the South 291 LCRA. But no developer was involved because the state can't fund the roads, the city's got to pay for it, we got to move the building, and then we got to reimburse the city costs for doing that. So the suggestion was to do this LCRA tax abatements and the CIDs to partner with, and pending the 291 corridor, to partner with them to, through public and private partnerships, generate funding to reimburse the city. That was in '23. There was not another meeting until October of '24 for this development, and then a year later in November 25. In regards to the LCRA, why is the south side of all the businesses along 50 Highway from Hamlin to Pryor not included? That's one question I have. And since you're including for the CID the businesses at the southeast corner of Hamlin and 50 Highway, again, why are those businesses not included on the south side between Hamlin and the development? The reason that I ask that is because I think those businesses on the southeast corner have been selectively chosen, and justification of a 1% sales tax increase on Aldi to match everybody else, which you were trying to do with Hy-Vee. Mr. Bushak went on to say that the city's already approved TIF funding for some of the North corridor projects, which that gets into when that creation of that TIF was done, which was in September of 2020. The next meeting for that commission was held on October 20th of 22, and that was for Oldham Village. Nothing in between 20 and 22 on a TIF was brought before for a public hearing at the Land Clearance and Tax Increments Financing Commission. Then over a year later, November, just recently of 2025, comes forward Village East. Why is it that all these other developments that are requesting TIFs do not have to go before a public hearing? And why is it that both of these committee meetings were at 4 p.m.? How many people do you know that work could come to a 4 p.m. public hearing to express their views? Yes, they could request to be on the video or whatever, and they could submit something to you in an email, but it's hard to do that and get your point across, especially when you're not there to hear the information. So, my last bit of information in regards to publicity, written publicity. I don't subscribe to Pulse Point. I'm not even sure what Pulse Point was till I started looking at your material online. which, again, I will say is very difficult to find online. I have spent hours digging through and digging through and digging through all of the different planning commissions, all of the different meetings, all of the different documents for every single meeting. And you wonder why the public doesn't come to these meetings. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay. Then, where are we at? We're going back to the council. Is there any additional questions from the council? No questions. I was just trying to make sure I reviewed what we will submit this, all of this, everything that was just spoken to, we will submit into the next public hearing as well. Yeah, okay. Then I'm going to ask the applicant if they care to make any further comment. Mr. Pennington, do you have any further comment? Okay. Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Any discussion or on the LCRA and such? Councilmember Rader.
Mayor, I would like to make my final remarks.
Okay.
That's okay. All right. First of all, I did a lot of research. I met with staff, and I want to share with you my thoughts as I weighed in the benefits of this project as a whole to our community. I want to state that I am for fiscal and responsible use of incentives and public and private partnerships when it has substantial benefits to the public. And I am just as excited as the next guy to think that we could have a Costco and some of the restaurants that may come. But I cannot see the reason to incentivize and continue to incentivize apartments. If there is such a demand for multifamily apartments, then why do we need to incentivize them? Because it seems to me like it further encourages more apartments. My challenge with the huge ask for incentives is to make this development a success is if our community currently does not have enough disposable income to support a Costco and several new restaurants, then I question if this development and further developments that require an incentivized apartment component is market-driven. This tells me, or I think and wonder if every new development that comes in the future will have to have apartments for it to succeed. Now, no matter what you think about social media, it has become a stakeholder in ours and many other communities. This is where people express their opinions, their concerns, and where they want their voices to be heard by city officials and staff. I believe that the residents of Lee Summit have spoken out strongly opposing more apartments. And then I wanted to address the comment about snubbing, because I don't believe that we are snubbing this developer. He's a good developer. He's been a good developer in the city. But I do believe that that people should feel like that they can question the use of incentives and they can have concerns over more apartments. This apartment complex is going to generate, I figured, around 1,800 to 2,000 if you take in Oldham East. Bringing them to this area, and of course, we talked a lot about the traffic. But as I finish up, I just want to say that I wish that we could just in the future not be so adamant to incentivize apartments and look. And then again, as I asked Mr. Pennington to begin with, that I would love for this developer to bring us missing middle homes, home ownership back into our community. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I feel good about supporting this request. I think that it's a good development. I think it's bringing a lot of things that our city needs. when we think about the organic outreach that we get, I don't think that I've ever had as many friends, neighbors, strangers on Facebook tell me how excited they are for Costco as I have for any, maybe Green Street. Like, those are the top two in my entire time on council, of just hearing from people how excited they are that they're coming. And personally, I like apartments. I think they're great. I think giving people more options of places to live is a good thing. I don't live in one. I have a single-family home, and I love that too. But I think people having options is great. But I also respect that I have colleagues up here on the dais that don't like that, but that see that there's important compromise to be had, that this is a good development, even if every single piece of it isn't something that they love. I really respected that from Councilmember Hodges when she mentioned that earlier, that, you know, when we look at something like this, as complex as this, that required as much time to assemble all of the parcels, that's gone through every kind of study under the sun of feasibility, of rate of return, of parking and traffic and drainage and everything else that had to come together to make all this work. Even if there's something in it that I don't love, I can't micromanage it. Like, it's a coherent whole, and I appreciate that we've had this through the conceptual phase, that, you know, input has been sought, that, but at this point, I could not imagine killing this project over one or two things that might not be perfect, although, again, I think it's going to be really good. So I'm really excited to support this. The last thing I'll say is that the revenue to the city is significant. $199 million over 30 years. And I think sometimes we lose sight of when we talk about revenue. It seems like maybe the city is being greedy or developers being greedy, but revenue is how we pay for services. Revenue is how we pay our police and our firefighters and the guys that fix the stormwater issues and the people who pave the roads. That's how all of that happens. The people who remove the snow, as Councilmember Carlisle has reminded me. So when I see that number, I see the services that we can provide to our constituents. And so all of that taken together is why I think I want to support this and why I think that it's worth the tax incentive, even though it is a big dollar number. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. I always never figured out why I don't go before Councilmember Shields, because Councilmember Shields usually covers everything. But I want to thank the developer, a guy that's going to be missed around here, Mr. Bushek, for your presentation. That I think it's important that we understand again that the city is not writing a check for anything. This is going to be a pay-as-you-go program, and it's all on the developer. The developer said it himself. To take a few words of Councilmember Shields, is there's always a project that maybe you don't like something about the project, but this project taps all of the resources. We're going to get Costco. Costco wants the rooftops. The rooftops are the multifamily. All those pad sites out front, once that multifamily starts, that's how we get the people at the pad sites. It's a dog-eat-dog world, and sometimes that's what we have to do. And I have not heard back from our staff in regards to we're having a vacancy issue. People want these things. This is what they want. With that, Mayor, I'll be in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hodges.
Thank you. Just real quick, I too will be in support of this. Reason is, you know, I don't want past mistakes of incentivizing previous standalone apartments from past and even present council to cause future beneficial developments to suffer. I think we can be humble enough to admit there are a lot of apartment developments that possibly shouldn't have been approved, but we learn, move on, and we grow from the past. So I think this is us looking towards the future of our community in multiple ways. So with that being said, I want to echo what Councilmember Funk just said. Mr. Bushek, thank you so much for your presentation. I always appreciate it more than you know. You're a real gem, and we're sorry to lose you, but thank you for always bringing clarity to these incentives, and I hate to say it, but dumbing it down sometimes so we can truly understand it. But thank you for doing what you do.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? I think, I just want to point out, Baker Tilly, you guys put a lot of work into that. Thank you. That's our way of, we can't dumb it down like you're saying, so we hire professionals to go through every aspect of this to make sure that, to try to be a mitigation effort on our part to make sure that we're not giving away too much. So yes, this is a big ask, but it is within the range that we've been approving mixed-use developments for the last, many years. It's not even at the top of the range, which it feels like it because this is a large project, $400 and almost $500 million project development. I think you guys asked a lot of great questions of Baker Tilly, we have of Baker Tilly, of Mr. Bushek, to try to make sure that these numbers are accurate, and then the percentages within the amount that we've done before. I will make comment now that I do want to make sure we're supporting our school district, and the 75% to the for the LCRA. It's hard, but when it scales, this is a $500 million development, so there is money going to the school district. Is it the percentage that usually we would want it to see? No, but again, this is a much larger project that is going to create a lot of property tax dollars elsewhere. So yes, there's going to be revenues going to the school district and to the city and to Jackson County and to all the jurisdictions, but I would point to the Costco effect, which means, even wages go up, well, property values go up around this. It's going to increase property values all around this development. So there are going to be some benefits and some, what we like to refer to on council as multiplier effect, where more tax revenues will be increased, and it will come back in dollars to not only the city but the other jurisdictions. And so therefore, I'm going to be in support of this as well. And I think that, again, we're fortunate that it's here and that we've got this opportunity, and I think you guys are trying hard to make sure that we're covering all our bases as far as the due diligence. I know that staff has. I can't imagine the amount of time, Mr. Bushek, you put in on this, because I know that it's come rather quickly over the last year. So with that said, I'm going to close the public hearing, I'm going to ask, I've already closed the public hearing. I'm going to ask Councilmember Carlisle to read Bill number 25-237.
Thank you, Mayor. I move Bill number 25-237, an ordinance approving Project 2 East Village Land Clearance Redevelopment Authority redevelopment plan within the redevelopment area for the 291 South Regional LCRA redevelopment plan pursuant to the Land Clearance for Redevelopment Authority Act be second read.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to move to second reading, Bill number 25-237 by Councilmember Carlisle, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It passes 7-1 with one recusal. And I'm going to keep going, everyone? All right. I'm going to go close the regular session again and open the public hearing in the matter of agenda item 4C, East Village Tax Increment Financing Plan. East Village Investors LLC is the applicant. Would all those wishing to speak to this matter please rise to be sworn in by the city clerk? Mr. Bushek.
Yes, I'll start by entering into evidence Exhibits 1 through 15 as they are listed in your meeting packet.
Please enter into the record Exhibits 1 through 15.
And I would like to also enter into evidence all of the evidence and testimony from the previous hearing, so it's like it's redundant a bit, but it's.
Please enter
the
into
same.
the record all of the public hearing testimony and evidence and exhibits from the previous Project 2 LCRA redevelopment plan within 291 South LCRA development area.
Very good. And I don't have any other comments. I think we had a thorough discussion of the TIF plan, so I'd be happy to answer questions or move on to other comments.
Thank you, sir. Questions for Mr. Applicant or staff? Okay. Anybody would like to speak in favor or in opposition to the application? Please come forward. Okay. Any additional questions from council? Mr. Pennington, any further comment? Hearing no further testimony, I'm closing the public hearing and reopening the regular session. Is there any council discussion on this application? All right, seeing none. So, seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, would you please read Bill number 25-238?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I move to advance the second reading, Bill number 25-238, an ordinance approving the East Village Tax Increment Financing Plan.
Thank you. A motion to move to second reading, Bill number 25-238 by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, seconded by Councilmember Hodges. What's the matter?
All the words I had to say.
Oh, yeah. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. This passes, please record the vote. It passes 7-1 with one recusal. All right, thank you all. And, it goes to, oh my goodness, I still have more ordinances. Councilmember Pryor, would you please read Bill number 25-239? Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to advance to a second reading, Bill number 25-239, an ordinance approving redevelopment Project 1 for the East Village Tax Increment Financing Plan and activating the collection of tax increment financing revenues therein.
Thank you. A motion to move to second reading, Bill number 25-239 by Councilmember Pryor, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 8-0. Thank you. Next, Councilmember Brader, would you please read Bill number 25-240?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to advance the second reading, Bill number 25-240, an ordinance approving redevelopment Project 2 for the East Village Tax Increment Financing Plan and activating the collection of tax increment financing revenues therein.
Thank you. A motion to move to second reading, Bill number 25-240 by Councilmember Rader, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It passes 7-1 with a recusal. Thank you. Councilmember Hodges, would you please read Bill number 25-241?
I advance to second reading Bill number 25-241, an ordinance approving redevelopment Project 3 for the East Village Tax Increment Financing Plan and activating the collection of tax increment financing revenues therein.
Thank you. A motion to move to second reading, Bill number 25-236 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 8-0 with a recusal. Thank you. Councilmember Shields, would you please read Bill number 25-242?
Thank you, Mayor. I move for second reading Bill number 25-242, an ordinance approving redevelopment Project 4 for the East Village Tax Increment Financing Plan and activating the collection of tax increment financing revenues therein.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 25-236 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Funk. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 7-1 with one recusal. Thank you. Councilmember Funk, would you please read Bill number 25-243?
Thank you, Mayor. I advance to second reading Bill number 25-243, an ordinance approving redevelopment project 5 for the East Village Tax Increment Financing Plan and activating the collection of tax increment financing revenues therein.
Thank you. We have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 25-243 by Councilmember Funk, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 7-1 with one recusal. Now we're done with all of those, and now I'm going to say thank you for, you got to get through second reading, but thank you for investing in Lee Summit and pushing so hard this year to get this in front of us tonight. Thank you. All right, next we have public comments. Mr. Al-Chawish, do you want to speak again?
Yeah.
Ms. Gidding, you want to speak? After him? Ms. Fallenweider.
A lot. Did you hear it? Tired.
I've been talking a lot. I'm sure you're sick of hearing me, but I do want to address the taxable bonds for Douglas Station and Greenswood Chapel. And I'm just curious, why are we incentivizing all these apartment developments in Lee Summit when the vast majority of residents oppose it? And that's a rhetorical question, of course. I know the reason the city claims to be doing it. Well, following the Ignite plan, which mimics and aligns with UN's Agenda 30 by creating walkable 15-minute cities within Lee Summit. And the Ignite plan reads like it was written by a collaboration of developers and anti-humanists. It paints a future for Lee Summit that would be accompanied by major demographic, social, and cultural changes. Changes that are in direct conflict to the current charms and appeals of Lee Summit. This isn't in the best interest of the residents, and more importantly, it's not what they want or expect from their government. What makes Lee Summit great is that we are a residential community comprised of single-family homes. That's what creates the family-friendly culture and makes it such a great place to live. Following this Ignite plan, and adding more apartments would radically change the makeup of our residency and subsequently the culture of our community. This would lead to a steady exodus of homeowners and result in both the moral and financial decline of our city. And while these apartments increase overall tax revenue, they don't increase it to the proportion of new residents that they bring in. The tax revenue to citizen ratio is far lower for people living in apartments than in single-family homes. This means that homeowners will pay a disproportionate amount of taxes for the public services to support the new residents that live in these apartments. And this is before we even factor in all these incentives that you give for the apartments, which divert massive share of those new taxes to private developers. Now, I would never stand in the way of free market development, but if the developer needs the city to intercede on their behalf and issue bonds for this project, then it shouldn't go forward. And my ask from the city council is to vote no on this. Regardless of what you try to sell us, the Ignite plan does not represent the interest of the residents, and these apartments shouldn't be built if they need assistance from the taxpayer in the form of bonds. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Giddings?
First of all, I would like to commend Councilman Rader and Councilman Hodges for their expressions of concerns about maybe there's been mistakes made and maybe the citizens don't want or need what is being proposed in some of these developments. I have raised a lot of questions tonight, I think, to all of you, and I would like answers. For instance, I didn't cover something in one of the TIFs that was approved for North 291. It was for the Highway Patrol. There were 4 things: the Highway Patrol, the old Chinese restaurant where the laundry is now, Applebee's, which is, of course, now Don Chewy's, and then Quick Trip. So it was considered that they were blighted because they were in the corridor. So what happens now that we have 2 developments in there that certainly don't appear to me to be blighted and they're being well taken care of? Do those get removed from the TIF so they're not getting those advantages and the money's going to pay for the movement of the State Highway Patrol building and develop all that. There's just a lot of inconsistencies in how you provide the citizens information and how they can go about obtaining information. And I think that is what I'm trying to bring to heart, is that there are so many things going on in this community. People do not have time to dig through web page after web page after web page to try to accumulate the information that makes it available to them to come and talk to you all. The information that was presented here tonight, I felt like I needed an accounting degree. I need to have something in finance to be able to even understand this. I don't know how some of you understand it. Perhaps you get training, I don't know. But how are the citizens really supposed to understand when it is so complicated to figure out how our tax dollars, how our sales tax, and how our property tax dollars are being used in developing the city further? It just seems like all the people in the suits that just walked out of here were like the kids on Christmas Day. They got their present. I think the citizens got a lump of coal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fallenwater.
Teresa Vollenweider, 5201 Northeast Maybrook Road. I have to agree with Debbie that some of this stuff is complicated, convoluted, and that includes things like rezoning and platting. I am going to talk about something that's going to come before you next week. This is going to be a rezone and a plat for Julia Breeden. Jonathan died in 2015, so he is no longer with us. She is, I think, being told that she should rezone and that she should replat or plat. And I'm concerned that a minor plat maybe has already been done, and I hope she hasn't signed it yet. When I look down at these comments, I see that Matthew Schlisch did some fact-finding, no preliminary documents available, minor plat to combine 4 parcels into one. Why? I don't think that's needed by Mrs. Breeden. I think the city wants right-of-way. Aerial image showing extensive property located in CV. I think that's probably City View. No preliminary documents. If you go in the public records, you're going to find an original survey. And I hope all of you understand that original survey is a term used. It just doesn't mean first. It is an actual term used by surveyors. And that's when the division of that property took place, was in 1998. That's important to know. Most surveys are retracements, and even though he didn't sign and seal it, Matthew Schlisch, this is a survey. He's calling it a rezoning exhibit. That's because the city likes it to be called that. I did a snippet of his survey. 1959 is when the couple bought, the parents bought the properties, except for this one down here is 2004. The city and Matthew Schlisch are claiming that that property was R1, that all those properties were R1. I don't believe it. When they divided this property, these two, 1998, one was 10 acres and one was 13.4. There's a reason why you do 10 and 13.4, and it's because you want to stay ag.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vollenweider. Okay, we've got proposed ordinances forwarded from committee. Councilmember Shields, would you please read Bill number 25-244?
Thank you, Mayor. I move for second reading Bill number 25-244, an ordinance approving an agreement between the City of Lee Summit and the Missouri Department of Public Safety for the city's acceptance of appropriated funds in the amount of $1,500,000 for the planning, design, and construction of an emergency operations facility.
Thank you. I have a motion to move to second reading Bill number 25-244 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Yes, please, sir, come forward and tell us how fortunate we are, actually. It's kind of one of those things we keep good things keep happening to Lee Summit.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was actually preparing for an agenda item down, but you're absolutely right. With Chief Snyder and Mr. Dunning's work and his staff and appropriating more funds for the Joint Operations Center, Joint Operations Facility, it's been a tremendous investment on the state's part to help fund this project, and we're very grateful for that.
Yep. So this one's this bill approves an agreement for $1.5 million, and then the next one for $2 million, so $3.5 million.
Yep, and those are investments in kind. So once we've shown that we've spent the money, we'll be able to get those funds back.
Very fortunate. Thank you, sir. All right, I got a motion on the floor in a second. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 9-0. Thank you. Then, Councilmember Hodges, would you please read Bill number 20?
Oh, I read for adoption, correct, Mayor?
Oh, read for adoption, Councilmember Shields, please. Thank you, Councilmember Hodges.
I move for adoption of Bill number 25-244, an ordinance approving an agreement between the City of Lee Summit and the Missouri Department of Public Safety for the city's acceptance of appropriated funds in the amount of $1.5 million for the planning, design, and construction of an emergency operations facility.
Thank you. A motion to adopt Bill number 25-244 by Councilmember Shields, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's adopted, 9-0. Thank you. Councilmember Hodges, would you please read Bill number 25-245?
Yep. I move to second reading Bill number 25-245, an ordinance approving an agreement between the City of Lee Summit and the Missouri Department of Public Safety for the city's acceptance of appropriated funds in the amount of $2 million for the planning, design, and construction of an emergency operations facility.
Thank you. A motion to move to second reading, Bill number 25-245 by Councilmember Hodges, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion. Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 9-0. Goes to second reading. Councilmember Hodges, would you please?
I move for the adoption of Bill number 25-245, an ordinance approving an agreement between the City of Lee Summit and the Missouri Department of Public Safety for the city's acceptance of appropriated funds in the amount of $2 million for the planning, design, and construction of an emergency operations facility.
Thank you. A motion to adopt Bill number 25-245 by Councilmember Hodges and seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. It's adopted unanimously. Thank you, Deputy Chief Osterman, for being here. And we go to proposed ordinances first reading. Bill number, Councilmember Funk, would you please read Bill number 25-246?
Thank you, Mayor. I advance to second reading Bill number 25-246, an ordinance approving the purchase of furniture and fixtures from Spaces, Inc. for the amount not to exceed $623,125.45 and authorizing the city manager to execute the same by on behalf of the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. A motion to move second reading Bill number 25-246 by Councilmember Funk, seconded by Councilmember Carlisle. Deputy Chief Osterman.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor.
got-
Council.
Tell us what's going on, yeah.
Deputy Chief Brian Osterman. So this is for the award of the furniture package for the new joint operations facility. We put out an RFP, and these funds were part of the 2023 NTI funding for the project itself. However, the furniture package was held back from GMP. So the city administered the RFP process. We had five different companies put in a bid. Of that, Spaces was selected as the potential award for the bid. This really encompasses all the furniture within the new joint operations facility, minus dispatching equipment, minus some of the technical components, but the furniture for the office spaces, lobby spaces, those types of things. Couches, chairs, yes.
All right. Questions for Deputy Chief? All right. Thank you, sir. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Goes to second reading unanimously. Thank you all. And Councilmember Lovell, would you please do the second reading for Bill number 25-234?
I move for adoption, Bill number 25-234, an ordinance authorizing the City of Lee Summit, Missouri to issue taxable industrial development revenue bonds and principal amount not to exceed $26,105,000 in connection with the Douglas Station Apartments project and authorizing certain documents and actions in connection therewith.
Thank you. I have a motion to adopt Bill number 25-234 by Councilmember Lovell, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes are in. Please record the vote. Passes 6-3, so it's adopted. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, would you please read Bill number 25-235?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I move for adoption of Bill number 25-235, an ordinance authorizing the City of Lee Summit, Missouri to issue taxable industrial development revenue bonds in a principal amount not to exceed $47,700,000 in connection with the Greens of Woods Chapel Apartments Phase 1 project and authorizing certain documents and actions in connection therewith.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt Bill number 25-235 by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, seconded by Councilmember Shields. Discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. All votes, nope, one more vote, please. Thank you. All votes are in. Please record the vote. And it passes 6-3, so it's adopted as well. And that takes us to committee reports. You have more meetings this month right before the holidays. Councilmember Pryor?
Thank you, but I have to pull it up because I was not ready for this yet. And even though Public Works was just last night, I don't remember everything we discussed. Well, okay, go to Councilmember Hodges first and then come to me.
Councilmember Hodges?
Short and sweet, we have CDC tomorrow at 4 p.m. Back at you.
Hers was supposed to take a little longer than that. Okay, I have it pulled up. Public Works Committee concluded its last meeting of the year. Oh yeah, that was last night. We recommended a couple new business service agreements for operation at the airport, a bid award for the, so last night I said Catholic, tonight I'm not. I'm going to say cathodic, but it says Catholic here actually. Cathodic Protection Program for water lines, a couple change orders, and a streetlight maintenance agreement for Blue Parkway with MoDOT. We also received the annual transit presentation and kicked off the 2027 capital improvement planning. Mr. Park, did you put Catholic on purpose? No? So yeah, the CIP was super interesting. I think everyone should go back and watch that presentation. And we will be discussing it more in the Public Works Committee meetings. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Takes us to council comments. Councilmember Lovell.
Thank you. Sorry I missed a good portion of the meeting, but to prove I was listening and actually watching, a lot of times we're presented with information up here that is valuable in other aspects of what we do of the city. And I thought one number that was particularly interesting to me was the cost per square foot to build a 300-unit multifamily structured parking facility. I think it was $357 a square foot. As stewards of our taxpayer dollars and incentives and things like that, as we enter into agreements and contracts to build things, I think it's important that we as a body and we as a city have an understanding what the market is dictating out there. And so just a number to keep in mind as we move forward with more projects. That's great information, education for us and for the city when we're looking to do bigger projects down the road. So thanks.
Yep, thank you. Councilmember Pryor.
This actually, I know, is kind of a CEDC thing, but since I've been talking about it, we've had quite a few people that have been interested in it. Mayor Lucas introduced a bill regarding different vape products sold at gas stations. So I think we are going to be exploring, possibly following in his footsteps, and I don't know what exactly we can do, but we will be discussing the whole vape thing and all of the bad drugs that come with all of the vape stuff at gas stations further as a city. So,
All right, thank you. Staff roundtable, Mr. Dunning.
Thank you, Mayor. One item, tomorrow between 4:30 and 6:30, so December 10th, in a come-and-go format, we're having the design charrette for that South Gateway Monument. So the designers, Bartlett and West, has different visuals to generate ideas, thoughts, feedback, which will shape the conceptual design for consideration for that South Gateway Monument. So that opportunity is tomorrow between 4:30 and 6:30. Again, you can come and go. And I do want to reiterate, these are not conceptual designs to vote on. They're there to spark ideas. There's one that's pretty. If you see them, you'll know which one I'm talking about. But it's there to generate ideas and thoughts. So I wanted to mention that the whole community, anybody's welcome to come and provide their input into that process. And I know, just talking about the school district, being a Lee Summit Tiger, proud of those Tigers winning that state championship. That's pretty awesome. They had a great finish to their season after starting out a little rough. So congratulations to them. And then I understand Lee Summit West girls flag football team is a repeat flag football champion. So good stuff going on in our Lee Summit schools. That's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Yeah. Yes, go ahead. Councilmember Carlisle.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dunning, where did you say that is going to be held here in City Hall?
Yep, here in the City Hall lobby, where
just
the
in the
reception
lobby.
desk. We'll
Okay.
just have information boards up there, and you can share your thoughts
Perfect.
there. And
Thank you.
if it would be helpful, I can send you all, I've got electronically some of those renderings, just so you can see them.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
I can
here
do
in a
that.
meeting anyways. I just didn't know. I knew it wasn't going to be in here because we're going to be in here.
Yeah,
so.
CEDC will be in
Yeah.
here. So, yeah, feel free to stop by after the meeting.
Thank you.
Take a look.
You mentioned that Lee Summit High School, so the Tigers football team, they really were, if you didn't follow it closely, they were such an underdog or Cinderella story. And then the coach is very humble, and he's given some great interviews where he just talks about what they went through and how they got to where they were. And he keeps saying things like, I just told them if they just work longer and harder, we're going to work longer and harder. We're going to play all the way to the end, and we're just going to work harder than everybody. And they just kept coming back from behind and beating everybody. And they ran the ball 3 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards at a time, 3 yards, 4 yards, 5. Never even in the last game they broke a few, but the game before, they never had a big long one. But they never, ever, ever, I think one time out of 63 plays did they lose a yard. Every single play they moved forward. And, no, not in the championship, the game before. The championship, they broke some long ones. But they were scoring 35, 41 points.
I know, it was crazy. It was like that.
Yeah, running the ball, no passing. And, but I just really love what the coach is saying, and I've never even met him, and I even spent all those years coaching over there. So. Yes, Councilmember Pryor.
thank you. Are we going to do as a city or anything, and it's probably more of a school district thing, but a parade, or is that even done?
So you're absolutely right. I think there's something in the works. I don't know whether it's a parade or we'll call it a rally, perhaps here at Green Street.
Good.
There's some thought. I know there's some dialogue going on because we need to
Good, because they deserve to be celebrated, for
There needs to
sure.
be some celebration.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Hey, it was a long meeting. It was a tough meeting, but we just, we just keep going, moving little steps forward, and we never lose yardage. We always just, you want me to end the meeting?
Just keep swimming.
Costco, yeah.
Keep swimming, just keep swimming.
All right. Everybody have a great night. This meeting is adjourned at 10:20.